Good morning, Commissioner Byrd. This is a mic check.
Good morning. How are you, Chief?
Good, thanks.
I thought we weren't going to hear from you this week.
I think it's just after talking to a few people, it was easier for me to just host the meeting and run it live on YouTube since it's already set up on one of my laptops.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your time off then.
I will. I'll be pretty much silent today, though. I'll be in the background with the exception of a few agenda items, obviously, and then pretty much just letting the meeting run itself.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, this is Leslie Graham. I apologize, but can you hear me?
Yes, Miss Leslie, this is Jason. Good morning. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, good. I'm glad I got the computer audio figured out. I hope it works. Thank you so much.
Keep our fingers crossed.
Good morning, everyone. Joe Maestas is here.
Good morning, Joe.
Morning.
Steve.
Good morning,
Mr. Tillman.
Good morning. Let me see, Isaac? Are you on?
I am, yes.
Yeah, would you send the link for the executive session over to my home computer?
Is that Gmail address?
Correct.
Okay, I will forward it now.
Terrific. And we'll just, I guess all the commissioners are here. Commissioner Hall, are you here? Well, okay. Commissioner Hall will be here shortly, I'm sure. So let's get started. Commissioner Byrd, you get to say the pledge.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The New Mexico Pledge. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Commissioner, you say that with both pledges with more verve than anybody else. I'm going to have you do it every time from now on.
Thanks.
Well, okay. Thank you. Consideration and approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I'm going to ask that item number 15, the executive session, be postponed 1 week. I don't know why that's on there, who requested it. Nobody reached out. So I have no way of being prepared to have a full discussion. And like we talked about back in January, is that commissioners were supposed to be notified as to why and what for and all that, just out of courtesy. And like I said, I didn't see an email. If there was an email, I missed it. But so I never got any information what we're supposed to be talking about there.
This was regarding a chief of staff candidate that we wanted to discuss for permanent chief of staff as opposed to interim. And so we just wanted to talk about how we wanted to proceed. Knowing that, do you still want to push this out another week?
Well, I kind of gathered by the title it was about chief of staff, but
Yeah.
Are we not able to find out who we're talking about and things like that?
No, we've got all that information, but we didn't want to do that in open meeting while someone is still a candidate.
Right. But I don't know. I guess I expected a phone call.
Okay.
Just so I can know who it is and
Yeah.
you know, get up to speed on stuff.
Well, the idea was we were going to take after this week for folks to do that. So we wanted to introduce the name and then, you know, give folks till next week to do that. So, but if you still want
if I'm the only one who's out of pocket on this, we can proceed as the agenda is set.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I know that Joe and I know that Cynthia had heard about it. I'm not sure if we close the loop with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar either. So I'm checking in.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
No, I'm not informed as well. Any position that we, as the commissioners, decide to make changes or make new proposals, it has to be advertised. Within the last 20 years, it's not proper for a commissioner to submit a name prior to any discussion. It's not ethical. So if we decide to advertise for a chief of staff, you need to give ample time of probably 1 week to 2 weeks to advertise it. Thank you.
So the question at hand is, do you still, would you like to push this out next week now that you know what have a little bit more information on the agenda item, or do you still want to do that today?
I just feel that the process is improper at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar may be correct about classified positions. I don't think that holds true for this level of the position. And I think we're within our rights. We could consult with general counsel, but I think it's perfectly proper for us to do this. And my understanding of the facts was that we had to, it would be prudent to move quickly on at least talking about this development among the commissioners. So I thought that was our purpose in getting together to discuss the matter in closed session. I think we can have closed sessions for a range of personnel matters. And I thought this fell into that. So, I mean, again, we could consult with general counsel, but my understanding was this was not at all inappropriate for us to discuss among ourselves.
So general counsel, Mike, would you please give us some insight?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is, I put it on the closed session on the calendar based on the provisions that if a majority of, a quorum of the commissioners desired it to be placed on the agenda, it could be done. That could be done. The provision does apply only to exempt employees and classified employees who are filling exempt positions. There is, regarding whether a candidate or an advertisement for candidates for an exempt position is required. Governor exempt employees are not subject to SPO regulations. So the commission does not, I believe, have to advertise through SPO because SPO would not advertise that. I think that answers the questions that were asked.
So to sum it up, is that in your opinion, the process we're going through is proper?
The matter is only on the agenda for discussion. There is no action item noticed on the agenda, which would be required for the commission to actually take any kind of action, if that's provides any additional assurance.
Okay. And so the only question at hand here is, do we want to do this today or do we want to wait until next week? And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, what's your thought on that?
Mr. Chairman, I think we can discuss it today, but I would like to move it up after the presentation by Donnie Quintana.
Donnie, presentation by Donnie. Let's see.
It's under presentation.
I was thinking of moving it up to just before we go to, let me see, I'm scrolling here. To after the presentations, because folks are here, and before we do consent action items is where I was thinking of moving it up to, if that works out okay for you.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
Are we done with that, right? We're going to keep the executive session on the agenda, but move it up?
Yep.
Okay.
Keep it on the agenda, but we're going to move it up to just before consent items.
Okay, I've got a few additional agenda amendments. I'd like to move the presentation by Donnie Quintana up before the public hearing instead of after the public hearing. And the other changes, which shouldn't be controversial, is to move items number 8 and 9, number 8 being case 21-00047 to consent, and item number 9, which is case 19-00168, also to consent. Hans had a family emergency and he is not here to present. These are fairly non-controversial items, and so I'd like those moved to consent. And if there is any objection, we can vote on them individually if you wish.
Okay. We've moved to move up the executive session, and we've moved to put items 8 and 9 under consent, and then accept the rest of the agenda as is.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but Isaac has just notified us that the court reporter is scheduled for a very particular time, I think, for the hearing, and so that moving the presentation might be a problem. Isaac, are you available?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, our public hearing was scheduled with the court reporter for to begin at 9:30. The court reporter has an hour to conduct the hearing. And so it would be best if we did the public hearing as soon as possible.
Joe?
I've been writing this whole thing, just so you know.
Okay. So Joe, should we be moving it back to where it originally was?
Well, I didn't anticipate Donnie Quintana's presentation to be very long, but an hour is certainly really cutting it close for a hearing. And of course, we don't have that hour anymore, but I just wanted to do that as a courtesy because Donnie's presentation would really just be a quick update on the emergency rental assistance program.
So you'd still like to go ahead? Can we keep it to 5 minutes, do you think?
I think so. I think so. Yes.
I think we can do this hearing pretty quickly. Judy, am I wrong or?
It should move fairly smoothly. Can we ask the court reporter what time she needs to leave?
Kendra, give us the word.
Okay, I have until noon.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
Should I not be writing?
not until the case comes up.
Okay.
We'll tell you when.
Okay.
well, you know, knowing that, I think we're okay.
Okay, so with the moving 8 and 9 up to consent.
Commissioner Fishman,
Yes.
so I wonder, under those circumstances, if it would be acceptable to move the Camus presentation as well. They would only take about 5 minutes as well, I believe. Or if you think it's better, we could keep it where it is, but
let's just move the one if we can. I know the
okay.
Camus people aren't. We'll move this case pretty quickly, but I don't want the court reporter. I'm being cheeky here.
Really
I don't
good.
want her to spend more time than she needs to.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, as I sit here, I will be charging you, just as you know.
I see the dollar signs on the lenses of your glasses.
And I don't really want, I mean, you know, you tell me where I need to be. That's
We shall, Kendra. Thank you for your patience.
sure.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second it.
And I will second. Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The agenda as amended is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so we are on to the public hearing, or excuse me, we're on to the presentation. And Mr. Quintana, are you on? Mr. Quintana?
Jason, can you confirm that Donnie is logged in?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's what I'm looking for. I don't see Donnie on the Zoom platform. I know he did receive the information from Isaac. Isaac, have you heard from Mr. Donnie at all this morning?
I have not, no. I can try to give him a call right now. Give me a moment.
Mr. Chair, if my face isn't red, I'm a bit embarrassed for going to bat for Donnie, and he's not on yet. So I suggest that we not wait too much longer. We did send him the Zoom link, and I had assumed that he was good to go at the start of the meeting.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, this is Jonas. I've got Donnie on the phone now, and he is getting the link and going to be available to get on.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thanks, Jonas.
Of course.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just to let everybody know, Donnie Quintana is the lead for the state, for the Department of Finance and Administration in preparing to launch the Emergency Rental Assistance Program that also includes utility assistance. And they have reached out to the PRC to partner and assist with gathering information on utilities, because this program will allow direct payment to utility companies for renters that are eligible and have shown demonstrable impacts because of COVID-19. And he's going to give us an update on this. Jonas and I and Luis Reyes, who's the executive director with Kit Carson, we've been working with Donnie's team to kind of shake out the bugs from the emergency rental assistance application portal. And so with that, I see Donnie's on here. Donnie, thank you for taking time out in your busy schedule. And you have the floor, sir. I gave him just some basic information on the nature of your brief presentation.
Oh, good. Good morning, everybody. Good snowy winter kind of day. I'm coming to you from Pecos, New Mexico, where it is a very wintry type day. But nonetheless, thank you, Commissioner Maestas and Jonas, for your participation and assistance as we work through the execution and administration of the Emergency Rental and Utility Assistance Program. You know, I often suggest to folks that when you implement a new strategy or a new initiative or program, you can get two out of the three things right. You could either get it fast, right, or cheap, but you typically can get all three. So our objective is really to get it right, you know, and try to really emphasize that our ultimate goal is recognizing, and I think I heard you say this, Commissioner Maestas, our major objective or goal is really to ensure that we reach out and give everybody an opportunity that may be in a situation where they need either rental assistance, and obviously in your guys' concern or interest, utility assistance. Ironically enough, I read this morning, I think it was in the Washington Post, about the magnitude of folks that are in arrears or are late, and the pressure it is putting on individuals by not being able to pay utility bills on time and so forth because of COVID, and either because of a lack of job or a loss of job or loss of hours within that job. So it's really surfacing. You know, it was just a few months ago that the articles were focusing on rental challenges, and now I think people are recognizing that utilities is right behind it, if not running in collaboration with it. So having said all that, as I alluded to earlier, you know, the challenge for the state was really to ramp up a program as quickly as possible, because the funds were only provided for a 1-year federal fiscal year expenditure or obligation. So we have until September 30th of 2021 to exercise and exert the funds. Although I will tell you that there is some discussion at the Department of the Treasury on the opportunities for looking at possible extensions. But right now, we are not operating with that without that, you know, suggestion, if you will. But so the program will run till September 30th. You know, we did a great job in reaching out to the other awardees, if you will, in the state of New Mexico, which is Doña Ana County, Bernalillo County, and the city of Albuquerque, as well as the tribes. So they all received a direct award themselves. So this Bernalillo and Doña Ana County have already unveiled and are already executing their program. Obviously, those programs are limited to the geographical service area and boundaries within those respective counties. We were successful in partnering with the city of Albuquerque. The city of Albuquerque is partnering with the state of New Mexico. We'll be utilizing our intake application process, our procedures, our policies. The state of New Mexico will be making awards to landlords or utility providers on behalf of applicants or utility providers within the city of Albuquerque, as well as the remaining state, with the exclusion of tribes, again, Bernalillo County and Doña Ana County. So having said that, I think, we're looking in the tune of over $175,000 million for direct awards. I can tell you that by the state of New Mexico, the Department of Finance and Administration, executing and administering this program internally, we probably saved 4 million and 9 million that we would, bids that we had received from potential contractors that wanted to do this on behalf of the state. And why did we do that? We did that because we really want more of the funds to go out to utility providers that, have been operating with folks that are in arrears or in late in payments, as well as applicants on rental and so forth. So again, the main objective there was more money in awards, which I think we're being successful. So the intake application, obviously working with the Department of Treasury, very finite in regards to the CFR, to their FAQs on what is eligible, what is not eligible, how do you handle certain cases and so forth. So that's kind of where the right comes in when we're trying to get this right, is ensuring that the state of New Mexico can validate that it's a legitimate applicant and there truly is a need for an award and so forth. So a lot of energy has been put into that effort to ensure we can do that. Recognizing the caveat is we will never, ever eliminate total fraud and corruption. I'm sure you all know that just as well as I do. But working with Taxation and Revenue Department, once an applicant, whether it's an individual or a utility provider or landlord or someone else, you may have your son or daughter or neighbor submit an application on your behalf, which is totally eligible. Once that has taken place, we are sending over a batch file with certain data fields to our Taxation and Revenue Department for them to confirm certain information. I am legitimately Donnie Quintana. I have a driver's license that matches what's on file with MVD. My adjusted gross income that I've put in the field matches what I reported in my 2020 income tax, blah, blah, blah. Recognizing that not every scenario is going to be the same, right? Not everybody has a driver's license. Not everybody files income tax if you don't need to. So recognizing that, but the objective there is if we can really get Taxation and Revenue Department to validate as many of those data fields to say, yes, this is a legitimate person, and or of the 6 fields you sent us, we could only verify 1. That will throw up a red flag for our grant processors that are looking at the eligibility against the application, either to reach out to those individuals. And if you're somebody from Nigeria or somewhere else and trying to submit a false application, or even in New Mexico, and you don't give us the information we need, your application will be non-approved. So that's just one mechanism, another mechanism to try to minimize any fraud or corruption that may take place. So, and I apologize, I didn't put together a presentation. I don't think I've had an opportunity to do that. But the one thing I do want to convey is that we really view the PRC, as well as all the utility providers, as well as the commissioners of the PRC, as our vital partners. We really, really are going to be successful on how well we can continue to partner and collaborate and coordinate efforts. And more importantly, ensure that the program is meeting the objectives of servicing individuals, landlords, renters, and utility providers. So Jonas's and Commissioner Maestas' participation has been tremendous. We've really worked hard to ensure that we have the majority of utility providers throughout the state, whether it be electric, gas, propane, telephone, internet, or whatever the utility may be, water, wastewater, that we're working with those individuals, those service providers, to make sure they're in the state system so that when the application and award is approved, we can directly send an ACH to those. One of our major objectives is, rather than give the award to the individual, if an individual, Donnie Quintana, is applying for utility assistance, rather than give me the check or the award, our preference is to give it to the utility provider directly. And that's why it's incumbent upon utility providers to make sure that they have a W-9 within the state of New Mexico with our financial control division, vendor relations, so that we have you in our system. The minute a utility provider has been identified by an applicant and or by the utility provider, then we have the ability to send the ACH directly to the utility provider. And that also is another mechanism to minimize fraud and abuse because we have a legitimate organization, right? One thing I will suggest is if you're working with landlords, possibly on any utilities that may be in arrear, or obviously the other option is, or eligibility is 3 months into the future after a reevaluation, is that we have some sort of email address for a landlord. Why? Because we have to be, based on the guidelines and requirements from the Department of Treasury, we have to make an attempt at least 3 times to reach out to a landlord to make sure that they will participate in the program and that the funding could go preferably to them first. So if you work with any of your clients, customers, constituents, that if you can advise them to provide an email for the landlord. And I recognize, I've owned a rental property in Santa Fe for 20 years, and sometimes you have great relationships with your tenants and sometimes not so much. But for the most extent, if there's a good relationship, if they can ascertain that information and provide it on the application, streamlines the whole process. Okay. The one thing, unfortunately, and I'll just say this as a caveat, is that the program did not allow homeowners to be eligible for utility assistance. Why? I'm not sure. That's something we can probably bring up to our congressional delegation and say, homeowners are feeling the same kind of a pinch, if you will, and paying their utilities. But nonetheless, by saying that it makes it a little more challenging for utility providers, at least from my perspective, to be able to identify what is in arrears. I did see a letter that was shared by Commissioner Maestas that was sent to President Biden on behalf of the PRC and utility providers, requesting X amount of dollars be at that time based on dollar amount that was in arrears or late payments. And I'm sure that's grown exponentially since then. The unfortunate thing is, unless a utility provider can be able to cross-reference, because in order to be eligible for utility assistance, you have to be a renter. You have to be a renter to be eligible. So having said that, unless the utility provider has the ability to cross-reference their database and all their clients and say, Donnie Quintana is in arrears and late on his utility payments, and yes, he is a renter, then you can submit an application on Donnie Quintana's behalf. The challenge is, I don't believe most utility providers have that information readily available. I would suggest, as planting a seed in your minds, that another round of funding is already coming with the American Recovery Act for rental and utility assistance. So if it's something that the utility companies, service providers think is beneficial, and they have the opportunity to either survey or their customers and say who are renters and who are homeowners, excellent. We may be able to, at that point, consider giving a direct allotment to utility providers based on what's in arrears, as long as they could validate that indeed those folks are truly eligible because they are renters. Does that make sense? So that's just something to look into the horizon and into the future. Our go live date is 5 April. We will start taking applications 5 April. What does that mean in regards to precursor work? Bear with me, I'm a 36-year military veteran, so I'm really trying my best not to use military jargon. I was a logistics operations officer, and former chief of staff for the National Guard, so I'm really trying to keep operation terminology out of there. So, but nonetheless, our goal is to go live, start receiving applications on 5 April for validation and verification for eligibility, and start making awards. By virtue of the CFR and regulations governed by Department of Treasury, we have to make a decision once we secure all the information that we need within 10 to 14 days on whether to award, non-award, or the application is incomplete. Again, all we have to do is notify the applicant that on one of those 3 conditions. The award doesn't need to be processed in 14 days. We participate on the National Housing Association weekly meetings And this last week, they had on the panel, the state of Alaska, the state of Kentucky, and the state of Texas that are kind of the front runners in implementing the program. And they all suggested that their biggest challenge right now is making sure that they get the awards out. So I believe it was the state of Alaska that had received $25 million in request, and at the time had only furnished 1.5 million in awards. So our goal is to really try to expedite that process. That's why we're working with Commissioner Maestas and Jonas to get the utility service providers in our database, in our share system, which would expedite that process rather than have to send a manual check and confirm addresses and so forth. Once we have that W-9 registered within the system and we validate the application, then it's probably a daily batch where they're going to work with our financial control division and sent out the ACHs. So it'll streamline and definitely make it more efficient and effective process. The one thing I would ask in regards to how you all can help the most, because again, I really view you and the governor's office as well as Secretary Romero definitely views you all as a critical partner, and rightfully so, because who has been remiss in receiving the payments has been the utility providers and the landlords, right? The assistance is provided for their benefit so that they can, as well as the applicant potentially, but just as importantly, make sure that we get our utility service providers caught up with the funding that they have earned and so forth. So having said that, the one thing that I'm thinking, is possibilities or opportunities is for utility service providers to really reach out to their client base, whether a flyer or brochure or something in their invoice that says, the state of New Mexico is unveiling this program. If you are in need of any assistance, go to this URL. And by the way, that is rent, R-E-N-T, help, nm.org is going to be where everybody can find the application, frequently asked questions, instructions, and anything else that we can post to provide as much information about the program and more importantly, accessing the program as possible. But again, if the service providers, because you all know your client base much more than a guy that, is sitting at DFA for the state, if they all have the opportunity to reach out to their client base, inform them, participate in the outreach effort, inform them of the possibility and or partner with them would be the ideal situation. I'm a utility provider. I do see Donnie Quintana is 12 months in arrears. I call Donnie Quintana and say, we would like to submit an application on your behalf and it'll cover this cost. The funding will come directly to me as the service provider, but that'll get you off the hook on anything that's been late or in arrears and get you caught up. So what a great opportunity. In addition to just the outreach, if you all had the opportunity, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you give me that
URL?
Yes, again.
Yeah, so it's rent, the word rent, R-E-N-T, help, no dots in between, rent, help, NM for New Mexico.org. It is not live yet, but it will be. In addition to that,
NM New Mexico, say that again.
Rent help, nm.org.
nm.org. Okay, thank you so much.
Got it. You betcha. And we're also looking at working on getting a 1-800 number so that folks can call in. We tried to get, some catchy Rent New Mexico numbers, unfortunately they're all taken, but we're still working through that. We may get a generic number, but in the event that we do, we will make sure that we market and advertise. I was telling the team this morning on a call, if you don't know the coronavirus hotline with Department of Health by now, you probably have been living in a cave, because I think that is everywhere, published every day on the news and so forth. So the objective is, again, to reach out to every corner, nick and cranny of the state to get folks to apply. Again, getting back to what PRC and more specifically the utility providers can do for us is, if you all had the opportunity to, get down to the grassroots efforts of providing laptops or a means for people to come in, and if they don't have laptops and so forth or smartphones, to be able to go into the office and fill out the application at that location and so forth, that would be ideal. just saying that, we've really tried to simplify the process and the intake application so that we're allowing folks to use their smartphone. We are accepting supporting documentation. If it's an invoice illustrating in arrears for utility providers, they can take a picture with their smartphone and send it to us versus JPEG, and we will accept that. So in addition to that, we are accepting also letters of attestation, which basically means that somebody can sign the attestation and maybe not necessarily have the supporting documentation, and we will take that. Obviously, that we are looking for to be more the exception than the norm. We really want to have the supporting documentation. Once the dust settles, you all can appreciate this, and the federal IG comes in or the state auditors come in, we can illustrate that we did our due diligence and complied with the program requirements and so forth. So that's just another mechanism. But again, getting back to the what the service providers can do on our behalf is, one, get the W-9s in if you're not already registered with the state. Send us your email if you have an email for the organization. And just as importantly, outreach. Reach out to your clients and your customers. Let them know about the program. Partner with as many clients and customers as you possibly can to submit an application, and provide resources if you have the opportunity to do that. I will suggest to you that we are currently partnering with a marketing firm, signing a contract so that they can do some marketing on our behalf. But I think one of the key elements for success is our ability to reach out down to those community-based organizations down at the community level that really know the people, the folks like legal aid that know the constituents, folks like maybe even churches that know their parishioners and so forth. They're the folks that really know the people and they trust them. I don't know if Commissioner Maestas suggested to you, I was detailed from DFA to Department of Health to operationalize the state's contact tracing efforts last April until December. And I can tell you a couple of lessons I did learn is that there's a lot of folks out there that don't trust government for whatever reason. And hearing directly and having assistance from those community organizations is much better than them hearing from a guy named Donnie Quintana that's a director at DFA. So, that's kind of one of the other key components or spokes within the wheel that will make us successful. But I think, go ahead. I think I've touched on the things I'd like to talk about, but definitely.
Yeah, Donnie, thank you for that initial presentation. We are working on cross-checking the list you sent of utilities that are registered vendors and share with utilities that re-regulate. And we're still trying to resolve the water and telecom companies. We're trying to kind of downsize and weed out the inactive providers that pay into the Universal Service Fund. So we're going to send you gas and electric cross-checked. So we'll be sending that to you today, and we're still working on the telecom and water. But Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, I want to invite Donnie back to make a presentation, perhaps around the go live date. Either him or an appropriate representative can maybe just show us some key aspects of the application process, not just online, but through paper with appropriate toll-free numbers to boot. Absolutely. But I want to thank Donnie and DFA and the executive for partnering with the PRC on this. It's a great program.
Thank you. Before I forget, Commissioner Maestas, on that list, if you can ensure that we get addresses, would be tremendous. So thank you for that. Yeah, one, I think it is a really great model, this program, unveiling it the way we are, that we could partner, the state could partner with our largest city, and we can work in collaboration for the benefit of our constituents. We can partner with organizations like you all that are the lead in utilities and regulation, and you're members of your association much better than we do. So what a great model to be able to show. I really see the future being the public-private partnerships moving the state forward. So I'm really pleased to see this, and I think this is a great opportunity. I'll end with this. One of the biggest lessons I learned in life was from my 99-year-old grandmother with a third grade education. And she would often say, Donnie, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. If you use them in the right proportion, and if you're willing to listen to people, it's amazing what you can accomplish. I suggest that because you all are subject matter experts and the utility providers. You know, we are all ears. Let us know how we can make the program more effective, more efficient. And, you know, if it makes sense, we'll buy into it because we really want the best possible program out there.
Thank you, Donnie.
So with that,
Thank you
again,
for,
thank you so much for the opportunity.
we appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all your efforts, and it sounds like they will also benefit my district as well. So thank you so much.
If you don't mind, what is your district?
It's Albuquerque metro area, basically.
Oh,
It's
okay,
District
great.
1.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, great partnership with them. And like I said, I'm really
So we
Commissioner.
we will check back in when it's time to launch, and
Okay.
we appreciate hearing. And we got to get on to our hearing about the getting some money into the hands of one of our natural gas providers.
And
So,
thank you
Donnie,
so
thank
much
you.
for the moratorium, the emergency moratorium. Thank you so much for that. Extremely
We'll be
helpful.
working together. Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you.
You bet. Bye-bye, guys.
And Mr. Chair, just a shout out to staff for helping compile that list for DFA of cross-checking state vendors with those that are not registered. So I wanted to thank Sarah, Isaac, Russell, and many others.
Okay. So with that, we're on to the public hearing on 21-000-48.
Is that me, the court reporter?
And Kendra, you're now recording,
Okay,
or you will be recording shortly here as Ashley and Judith
I'm ready.
conduct the hearing.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today for a public hearing regarding the application of Zia Natural Gas Company for emergency authorization of a financing transaction to pay gas supply costs related to the February 2021 extreme weather event. By single signature order, the commission has designated hearing examiner Ashley Shanauer to act as the presiding officer in this public hearing. And with that, I will turn it over to Ashley Shanauer to begin the hearing.
Okay, good morning, everyone. As Judy noted, this hearing is being held before the full commission, and all commissioners are present. Chairman Stephen Fishman, Vice Chairman Joseph Maestas, Teresa Vicente Aguilar, Jefferson Bird, and Cynthia Hall. I'd like to start with getting appearances of counsel.
This is Joan Drake on behalf of Zia Natural Gas Company.
I don't know if there's any other parties present, but this is Brad Borman appearing on behalf of Utility Division staff.
Okay. We're going to follow the procedures for this hearing that were set forth in the commission's order of last Thursday. We're going to start with public comments, then we'll have brief opening statements from council, and I mean brief, 3 minutes maximum. We'll have testimony from the witnesses, and then we'll have questions from the opposed, any other party, and commissioners as each witness is presented. The commission will not make a decision during the course of this hearing, and I will not be making a recommended decision. We will adjourn the hearing at the end of the testimony, and the commission will take up a decision in the course of its regular open meeting agenda later today, later this morning. So let's begin. Has anyone signed up to provide public comment? I know the commission's order from last week indicated that people who wanted to make public comment should send an email to Isaac. Isaac, have you received any requests to make public comment?
There have been no signups for public comment today.
Okay. And just as a, I guess as a caution, Jason, do you know if anyone has signed up to make public comment, more generally in regard to this case?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Jason. No, I have not.
Okay. Okay, so there's no public comment. We'll start with the brief opening statements. Ms. Drake, could you start, describe Zia's request and the legal standards that the commission needs to apply to the request?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Mr. Chair, and commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this morning. This case arises from the extraordinarily high gas prices that occurred during the cold weather event in February 2021. While Zia experienced no physical gas supply issues and was able to continue service to its customers during the cold weather event without interruption, Zia has now received invoices from its gas suppliers totaling over $19 million for gas supply in February. Zia's application requested emergency approval of a financing transaction in the amount of $18 million for a term of 5 years at an interest rate of 3.75%, so that Zia can pay the extraordinary high gas supply costs related to the February 2021 cold weather event. Without such approval and without the proposed financing, Zia will not be able to pay its gas supply costs, which may risk Zia's continuing gas supply to serve its customers. The standard of review for commission approval of Zia's proposed financing are established in two sections of the Public Utility Act, Section 62-6-6 and Section 62-6-7. Pursuant to Section 62-6-7, the commission must approve a transaction unless it finds that the transaction is 1, inconsistent with the public interest, 2, the purposes of the transaction are not permitted by the statute, or 3, the aggregate amount of the securities outstanding and proposed to be outstanding will exceed the fair value of the property and business of the company. Zia's request fulfills all 3 of these criteria. And I won't go into details on that. That's contained in our testimony, and we welcome questions on that. I will note that we also comply with the standards in the commission's rule that governs such financing applications. And in some, we have met all of the statutory and regulatory requirements, and we request the commission approve the financing transaction. We would also like to thank the commission for expediting the schedule in this case. We know it's a highly expedited schedule, and we very much appreciate that because it will help us get our loan closed and move on to financing and funding our obligation so that we can continue to serve our customers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Borman, can you describe its position?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Hearing Examiner, staff's recommendation is contained in the testimony of its witness, John Reynolds. Staff recommends that the commission grant Zia's request for approval and authorization to enter a new secured loan with a term of 5 years for up to $18 million. Staff has a couple of additional recommendations. I would not characterize them as conditions, but they are additional recommendations. The first is that staff recommends that the commission also direct Zia to report to the commission, in this case, about whether Zia should enter into and maintain a line of credit to address emergency cash flow needs such as are raised in this case. And staff further recommends that the commission's final order include reporting requirements that may not otherwise be required by the PUA and the commission's similar to what was outlined by Ms. Drake, staff has found that the transaction is consistent with the public interest, that the purpose of the loan or of the transaction is consistent with the Public Utilities Act, and that the aggregate amount of the securities that would be issued in this case and existing securities would not exceed the value of the properties and business of the utility. Those are the, I guess, the guidelines, or that's the test set forth in the statute. Mr. Reynolds will be available to talk in more detail about these issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borman. Let's just go to the testimony. Ms. Drake, you please call your first witness.
Thank you. Our first witness is Leslie Graham.
And Ms. Tejas, could you swear Ms. Graham in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Graham.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
I am Leslie Graham. I'm General Manager of Zia Natural Gas Company.
And on whose behalf are you testifying here this morning?
I am testifying on behalf of Zia Natural Gas Company.
Can you please identify the document in front of you labeled Zia Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have Zia Exhibit 1. It's the Zia Natural Gas Company application in motion for emergency authorization of financing transaction.
Was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to this exhibit?
No, I do not have any corrections.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be the same. I do have an update to several pieces of the application.
So I would ask the hearing examiner, we don't have any corrections, but Ms. Graham does have an update to provide the commission. Could she briefly provide that update now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. On the first page of Exhibit 1, first paragraph and second paragraph, we had indicated that we had not received an extension from our marketers. Subsequent to filing this application, we have received a small extension in payment from our gas suppliers, just a couple of weeks. And so I did want to update that to the commission. And so that'll give us enough time to get through this process to receive approval for financing, to finalize the loan documents with Wells Fargo, and to go ahead and provide that payment to our suppliers. I believe once they understood the process that we were going through and understood that we were scrambling to try and make sure that we got payment to them, they agreed to give us a small extension.
Is that the only update you have at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So with that update, is the application true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I would move for admission of Zia Exhibit 1.
Any objection? Hearing no objection, Zia Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Graham, could you now turn to the document labeled Zia Exhibit 2? Can you identify what that exhibit is?
Zia Exhibit 2 is the prepared direct testimony of Leslie Graham. It is my direct testimony.
And was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to this exhibit?
I do not have any corrections.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would be the same, but again, I have the same update as explained in the application.
Okay, and with that update, are the answers in Exhibit 2 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I would move for admission of Zia Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Zia Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Graham, I would now ask you to turn your attention to the document labeled ZIA Exhibit 3. Can you identify what that exhibit is, please?
Yes, ZIA Exhibit 3 is the prepared rebuttal testimony of Leslie Graham. It's my rebuttal testimony.
And was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to this exhibit?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I move for admission of ZIA Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, ZIA Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you. I pass the witness for cross-exam.
Okay, Mr. Borman, do you have any questions?
I have no questions for Ms. Graham.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the commissioners at this point. Do any commissioners have any questions for Ms. Graham?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Commissioner Maestas. I have a few questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. Graham, what led ZIA to use a number of marketers to meet its needs? Were you limited by existing supply agreements, or was it a matter of geography or marketer capacity? Can you just briefly explain how you came to purchase from all these marketers?
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's a good question. We will get into a lot more detail about all of our gas purchasing when we file the PGAC, but briefly, it depends on the area, and so it does have a little bit to do with geography. We receive gas supply in the Hobbs, New Mexico area from one of the processing plants. They produce a lot of natural gas in that area, so it seemed most logical to come directly off of one of those plants with a backup off of one of the interstate transmission lines. Anything that's off of the El Paso system for Lincoln County, and then in southern Lee County, the El Paso interstate transmission line, we've worked with a marketer, United Energy Trading, and they've been able to provide us with gas marketing for those areas. They're also able to provide us with gas marketing off the CIG interstate transmission line up in northern New Mexico. Down in Doña Ana County, we purchased that Rio Grande Natural Gas Association. Those taps for supply are also very integrated with the city of Las Cruces. That system had been going through Shell Energy North America. I think I have the name right. And so it seemed most logical to stay with Shell and work with the city on gas supply there. And so that's why we've made those choices.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I may just proceed to a few more. Ms. Graham, in response to staff testimony, you stated a willingness for ZIA to get competitive proposals on a future line of credit for emergency situations. Why was there no competition exercised in the loan at issue in this application? I mean, with the understanding that Wells Fargo is your banker and it knows ZIA the best, how do we know as commissioners that you're getting the best rate in this loan?
Commissioner Maestas, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the question. It's a good question. We do not have another line of credit or a form of debt established, and we needed to do this very quickly. And even with this short period of time, we talked to Wells Fargo. I think the first conversation was actually in the middle of that week on the 17th of February. Even with that amount of time, we are still just now finalizing those loan documents. They already had knowledge of our company, knowledge of our cash flows, knowledge of how we work. And so it seemed like the most logical fit. And yes, we do will agree to, as I said in my rebuttal testimony, to seek out and look for a competitive line of credit. I would add that during a rate case, we have to determine rate of return, there's an imputed debt on the company, and that this interest rate that Wells Fargo proposed is less than that imputed cost of debt in the rate case. And so I felt that that was also an indication that it was a fair interest rate.
Thank you. And I think staff recommended that you pursue a line of credit after you pay off the loan. But what's the plan of action if another extreme event occurs before the loan is paid off? Could ZIA consider seeking out a line of credit now or execute this loan as a line of credit or a hybrid loan line of credit? Because I'm a little concerned with climate change. These extreme events could very well happen again within the 5-year repayment period of the loan you're requesting.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's an interesting point. I do hope that there's an investigation into what happened with this gas pricing. If this were to happen again next year or the year after, the utility industry and its customers would be in a world of hurt. I would guess answer this question with, it is a good suggestion that we will continue to pursue and review. We were under a very serious time crunch at this point in time, and so did not have the ability to spend a large amount of time reviewing different options. But it's certainly something that we'll take under consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. You did mention in your testimony that you would be making 2 payments, one as maybe you perceive as legitimate and one would be in protest, but I'm not clear on exactly what those 2 payments would be and the rationale for the 2 payments. Can you maybe just expand on the plan? I assume that these payments would be made simultaneously, but the second one made in protest would be to preserve, future action, I would think, to allow time for the Attorney General's investigation to occur. Can you just explain that in greater detail?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, in general, I think you summarized it well. And on my rebuttal testimony, so it would be the ZIA Exhibit 3 on page 3, starting about line 7 through line 15, I discussed that we have determined what we're considering a base cost for February's cost and then an excess cost for February's gas purchases. We will be happy to provide all of the data, the invoices, the volumes, and everything to in our PGAC recovery filing, which I expect to make by the end of this month. And that will give staff and any other interveners a chance to review and look at those numbers. But on a high level, the base cost is what I'd consider what we should have paid in February. It was our normal transportation costs. It was all of our gas purchases outside of that 1 week. And so what we did to try and determine base costs is during that week, we assumed a gas purchase cost of our contract levels. And those are around $3. We assumed that a cost and considered that base. And so we calculated those base costs, and then we took the difference with the total invoices, and that was our excess cost. So in that portion of my testimony, our invoices total for February came out to $19,423,061.69. Of that, the base cost is $1,908,471.59. And so we've already started paying. Those bills became due, some of them even starting on the 22nd through the 25th. We are submitting those payments now. We had cash flow to be able to handle, our normal gas purchases. So we're submitting those payments now to our suppliers and transporters. It's the excess costs that, of course, we just simply don't have the funding for, that we are seeking approval for here today, and then working with Wells Fargo to get that in place so that we may submit those payments.
So just to be clear, the amount that you've identified as an excess cost will be paid in protest?
It will be paid. I don't know if in protest is a legal term of art. And so we have indicated to our suppliers that we are supporting any investigation into what happened with the pricing. But I don't want to agree that have some legal term of art that I'm not aware of. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, it's just that the term protest was used in conjunction with the testimony regarding the two payments that would be made. But my last question, Ms. Graham and Mr. Hearing Examiner, is, in light of what's happened here, will ZEA consider updating its gas supply plan to ensure perhaps maybe more competition among suppliers?
Thank you, Commissioner. We are certainly looking at any options that we can do to try and protect our customers. I don't want to guarantee that because there's two parties to the contract and we don't have something in place yet, but we're certainly looking at all options to try and find a way to limit, particularly the top end of gas pricing. I would say that we are a smaller utility and we serve many smaller systems. And so we don't have marketers knocking down our door to try and serve our systems, unfortunately. And so we work with them the best that we can, but you really go through almost the same amount of work trying to deliver gas to Ruidoso, New Mexico, as you would to Las Cruces, New Mexico. And so it's a little bit more of a challenge. And so once again, we're trying to balance making sure that we do have gas supply and we do have marketers who want to work with us with coming up with creative ways to try and limit how much, even if it's possible, a cap on how much we have to pay our customers will eventually have to pay on that gas.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Mr. Hearing Examiner, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Do any other commissioners have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Commissioner Hall. I just have a few questions
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask. And one maybe is directed to you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, because I was interested to hear Commissioner Mestis mention the word protest, and I didn't see it in the written testimony, but maybe it was somewhere else, because it seems very clear that the ZEA is keeping their base payments quite different from the excess payments. And I think that's that would provide clarity for protests, but I just wanted to make sure it was somewhere in the record.
I think that's the best question for Ms. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Commissioner Hall, I'm looking. Give me just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. I am not.
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Page 7 of
yes.
the direct testimony, line 5.
Which page?
Page 7.
Yes, good. Okay, great.
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Glad to see it. Okay, and I had another question, just one other question. On page 5, line 21. No, wait, that's not the right.
Got the direct testimony?
No, yes, wait a second. Oh, I just lost it. That is not the right site. Oh, here it is. It's line 11 on page 5 of direct testimony, where Ms. Graham, you mentioned, and this is a question to Ms. Graham. You mentioned that curtailment is not allowed solely due to high prices, so ZEA continued to serve its customers without interruption. I guess my question would be, in connection with you saying you're trying to pursue all avenues, for competition and other means to try to be able to avoid these high prices. Is it possible, do you think, to try to renegotiate some of these terms like that one in your contracts? It seems to me that would be something to examine, because certainly if we're having an extreme weather event it might be possible to, based on the facts that have unfolded in this event, provide some leverage to marketers to permit some sort of cap of a price, so that beyond that, curtailment would be something that could be allowed.
Commissioner Hall, yes, thank you for the question. I am very interested to see what comes out of this, if there are some best practices, if AGA has recommendations, or even as the commission, as they move through their investigation, has a recommendation. Actually, what I was referring to in curtailment, it comes out of the NMAC. It's actually at 1710.650.7. Under definitions, curtailment is allowed under system emergencies, and it's defined as an unplanned situation which the utility system or segment of its system is in imminent danger of failure. And so the concern we had is we weren't under any kind of failure. We had gas supply. What we were concerned with was price. And so like I said, it will be interesting to see what comes out of this. If there are some suggestions where based on price, there may be some curtailment, there may be some kind of better communication to try and reduce the volumes that are being used. That's the best I can answer, but my reference in my testimony actually had more to do with the commission rules around curtailment.
Interesting.
And more focused on physical supply issues.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's all I have. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners have questions?
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes,
this
go
is
ahead.
Commissioner Fishman.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Graham, thank you for rushing through this. I know there's been really trying times for you and for Zia. Do you have any issue with following the recommendations of staff in terms of their follow-up? It sounds like you're fine on the financing. How about the other terms? Any problems with conforming to those suggestions?
Thank you, Chairman Fishman. No, I thought they were all good suggestions and somewhat what I expected to have some follow-up on this financing request. And so Zia does not have a problem with the recommendations by staff.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, any other commissioners? Okay, I don't hear of any other commissioner questions. Ms. Drake, do you have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Graham. I'd ordinarily say you're excused, but not today, in case questions come up later. Your next witness.
Zia would call Ann Wheatcroft as our next witness.
Morning.
Good morning. Ms. Tejas, could you swear Ms. Wheatcroft in?
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Ms. Wheatcroft. Could you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Ann Wheatcroft.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the controller for Natural Gas Processing Company.
And on whose behalf are you testifying here today?
On the behalf of Zia Natural Gas Company.
Can you please identify the document labeled Zia Exhibit 4?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that document?
This is my prepared direct testimony of Ann Wheatcroft, my direct testimony.
Okay, and was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to this exhibit?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I move for admission of ZIA Exhibit 4.
Any objection? ZIA Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Thank you. I would pass the witness for cross-exam.
Mr. Borman, do you have any questions for Ms. Wheatcroft?
I have no questions.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Wheatcroft?
No.
You sure? Okay. I don't hear any questions. Thank you, Ms. Wheatcroft. We'll go on to the next witness.
Thank you.
Ms. Drake, do you have anything else?
No, sir. ZIA has no further witnesses. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move to staff then. Mr. Borman, can you call your witness?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Staff calls John Reynolds.
And Ms. Tejas, could you swear Mr. Reynolds in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Reynolds.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and I'm the Utility Division Director.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the petition by ZIA Natural Gas along with the testimony that they filed that is the subject of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that petition?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You should have before you a document that has been marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that document?
I do.
Can you identify it?
That is my direct testimony in this case, filed March 17th, 1 week ago.
Was Staff Exhibit 1 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to Staff Exhibit 1?
I have some typographical errors that I'd like to correct. 3 of them. On page 3, footnote number 1, in the first line, I referred to the gas procurement and procurement plan. That should be the gas supply and procurement plan.
Okay.
On page 6, line 2, after the word enter and before the word a, I would like to insert into. And lastly, on page 10, footnote 12, after the first line, after recommended decision, I would like to insert in case number 18-00018-UT.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, what was that location again? That's on page 12, and where else? Where is it?
It's page 10, footnote 12.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So, and where is that insertion again, please?
It's on the first line, Commissioner Hall, members of the commission, after recommended decision. I forgot to refer to the specific case number. So it should say in case number 18-00018-UT.
Okay, thank you.
Which is the last rate case.
And what was the word you were trying to insert on page 6,
into, I-N-T-O,
what?
into,
Into, oh,
I-N-T-O.
and where was that?
Page 6, line 2. After enter.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you.
Does that complete your corrections, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay. If I asked you the same question as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same as you have just corrected them?
Yes, they would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I believe they are.
Do you adopt Staff Exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this time I would like to move admission of Staff Exhibit 1.
Okay, before we do that, I think what we need to do is have staff write into its copy of this testimony, the changes that it is making, and to send that revised version of its testimony to the court reporter. And that will become Staff Exhibit 1.
Okay. Do we have the court reporter's email address?
Ms. Tejas?
Yes, it's info@kendrareporting.com.
Kendra reporting, one word?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And you'll do that either now or...
I plan to do that, I guess, while open meeting is ongoing. I don't know that I can do it while we're in the middle of the hearing, but I will try to get it done like within minutes after.
Okay. All right, is there any objection to the admission of Staff Exhibit 1 as it's being corrected?
No objection.
Okay, Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted with the corrections that have been noted. And I assume you're turning it over to Ms. Drake for cross-examination?
Yes, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Drake, do you have any questions?
We have no questions, thank you.
Okay, commissioners?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no questions of this witness, but I apologize. I do have a question for the previous witness, Ms. Wheatcroft. I had forgotten I did have a couple of questions. So if once we finish with this witness, we could go back to her for a moment, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Let's finish with this witness just to make sure that any other commissioners who have questions get a chance to ask them.
Absolutely.
Do any
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Maestas.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Reynolds, just one question. Mr. Reynolds, you are recommending that ZIA pursue a line of credit to address emergency cash flow needs in future events, and I believe you requested that be reported 90 days before this loan is paid off. In my previous questions to Ms. Graham, I questioned the possibility or maybe question the need for a plan in the event that we have a similar event within the 5-year repayment period, which is likely, but we don't know to be certain. But do you think it would be prudent to pursue a line of credit now instead of waiting until 90 days before the 5-year loan is paid off?
Commissioner Maestas and commission members and hearing examiner, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I mean, my recommendation was based on the fact that Z has not had any debt. It's been 100% equity capitalized for a long time. I believe forever, but I'm not entirely sure about that. But so this is a significant change for Zia going forward. It will be capitalized by a mix of debt and equity, and the debt is being driven by this extremely unusual event. And my understanding is this is like a 1 in 100 year event. And so you're right that this could happen tomorrow again, or next year, or before the loan is paid off. But given that, that Zia finds itself in this situation through no fault of its own, I felt like the transition to maintaining some debt or some line of credit should be deliberate. It could be sooner than 5 years, but my thought was that Zia has existed and operated for a long time without debt, and I felt like a plan to maintain, I assume their plan is to return to a no debt situation. And my judgment was that transition to a no debt situation should include a transition to maintaining a line of credit to deal with emergencies. So they're very unusual. I recognize it. So there's a risk involved in this. But I felt like this is such a major event, such a big change, almost a shock to its system, given the magnitude of the impact on ratepayers. I felt like a deliberate approach was, on balance, a reasonable approach. And that's why I chose to recommend the transition that I did.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. That's all I had, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. Do any other commissioners have questions? Okay, I don't hear any others. Mr. Borman, do you have any redirect?
I do not have any redirect for Mr. Reynolds.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
You're welcome.
Let's go now back to Ms. Beecroft. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, you had a question or two for her?
Yes, I do. And this pertains to her question and answer in her direct testimony on page 4, line 12, and going beyond. And the question is, does Zia intend to recover the purchase gas costs in 5 years? And the answer is no, the length of the term of the loan is not tied to the purchase gas cost recovery. In fact, there is no prepayment penalty because Wells Fargo recognized that it might be possible to have a shorter cost recovery and loan repayment schedule. So my question is, Ms. Wheatcroft, does Zia intend to pay the loan off sooner than 5 years? And if so, why?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We absolutely intend to pay this off before 5 years, and we intend to file our PGAC here by the end of the month, and our repayment with Wells Fargo, we will align with the purchase gas recovery application.
So how much, what is the period of time in which you expect to repay the loan?
We have not determined that yet. We're still building the application to be filed by next week. And so as we juggle those different cost recovery periods and sort through that, that will be in our application for the PGAC.
So will cost recovery occur simply from increasing the cost to consumers or by some other means?
The cost recovery will go into our purchase gas adjustment clause. And so the cost of gas will be recovered from the customers.
From what?
From customers according to that PGAC plan.
Okay, well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't know if my next question is within the scope of this hearing, but I was curious about what the bill impact would be to consumers if all these costs were to be recovered from consumers in a period shorter than 5 years.
You can ask the question.
Okay, what's the bill impact if you recover in shorter than 5 years? All the, the $18 million, all from consumers.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I don't know
And
the answer to that.
I apologize if you're not the right person to ask, and I could, Mr. Hearing Examiner, also ask that of Ms. Graham as well. I see her. Thank
I
you.
don't believe we have actually determined that actual bill impact until we finalize that application.
Oh, I see. I appreciate that, Ms. Wheatcroft. Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I also pose that last question to Ms. Graham, just in case she has anything to add?
Sure, of course. But did you have anything more for Ms. Wheatcroft?
No, I don't. I
Okay.
got to my point there that I wanted to ask. So thank you very much, Ms. Wheatcroft.
Okay, and while we have Ms. Wheatcroft here, does any other commissioner have any further questions for her?
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not going to let this issue go easily. I'm concerned about this event occurring again during the repayment period of this loan. And my question for Ms. Wheatcroft, because you do work in accounting, you are a CPA. Is it possible to potentially work with a bank to convert this loan to a line of credit, but yet still honor the terms of the loan in the event that ZIA needs additional quick capital if this happens again? Is that, I'm not an expert in banking, obviously, but is there any possibility to roll that over into a line of credit with the same terms of the loan?
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. That's a good question. I do not believe the terms of this loan allow us to convert it into a line of credit. We would need to go get an additional line of credit and work with the bank regarding that. But I do not believe the terms of this loan would allow us to make a conversion to a line of credit.
But my last question is, just in your opinion, in your expert opinion, again, we can't predict the future, but do you believe ZIA has the capacity or the capability to pursue a line of credit immediately in parallel with paying the loan?
Thank you, Commissioner. ZIA can pursue a line of credit. A line of credit would incur a cost, even if we're not using the line. And so that's the challenge of pursuing a line of credit, is that it still creates a cost to the company. But yes, we can pursue one.
Thank you, Ms. Wheatcroft. That's all I had, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Do any other commissioners have any questions for Ms. Wheatcroft? Okay, hearing none, let's go back to Ms. Graham.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I can repeat the question for her. It was just simply, do you have an idea what the bill impact may be if you're paying this off, paying the $18 million off in less than 5 years? And do you have any idea what period of time you might want to pay it off in?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I appreciate the question. I understand the concern. We're still reviewing the costs, trying to put together our proposal. Of course, our proposal will be presented and it will be reviewed by other parties in the filing. And so I do not have an exact answer for it. I do hope to have our PGAC filing, and this is the actual number filing by the end of this month, in which we will put forth some bill impact analysis of what we're proposing to do, and then provide an opportunity for staff to review all of the numbers and provide their input on what they feel would be appropriate, and then bring this all to the commissioners. And that may be the best time. I don't have exact numbers at this point in time.
Okay, thank you so much. And those are all my questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
And do any other commissioners have any final questions for Ms. Graham? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Drake, did you have any follow-up that you wanted to do based on these additional questions that were asked?
Yeah, just one, if I could, to Ms. Graham, and it's regarding the last set of questions regarding bill impact. And I just wanted to ask Ms. Graham, I understand you're putting together your proposal right now, so you don't have exact numbers for bill impact, but you have said that you want to pay off this loan sooner than 5 years, as soon as you can. Can you explain why you want to do that and what impact that might have on costs to customers?
Certainly. Thank you. I think the thing that I am trying to balance as we're going out for a significant amount of debt is that there is an interest rate, an interest expense associated with that. And so I know that bill impact and the effect on customers is probably the largest priority, but the longer the loan, the larger the interest expense on that. That also becomes an expense in this gas cost. And so trying to balance that. Again, we will put forth a proposal of what we feel may be best, but I know that that's going to be reviewed and the final approval lies within the commission on how that is recovered from the customers and which costs are recovered from the customers.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we've concluded with all the witnesses and the testimony and questions for the witnesses. So is there any reason to not conclude this hearing right now? Does anyone have anything else they wanted to present? Okay, I don't hear any.
Ashley, I just want to say that I have no further comments or questions, and I concur with your view that this would be an appropriate time to conclude the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. So as I said initially, the commission will not be making a decision at this particular point in time, and I will not be making a recommend decision, but the decision on this application is on the agenda for commission decision later today. So having said that, I can call this hearing concluded, and Ms. Tejas, we're off the record. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley. Very efficient job.
I just wanted to make a quick comment to the commission that I have a COVID vaccine appointment later today, mid-afternoon, so I may need to leave this meeting a little bit early. So just a heads up to folks. Let me see. Next, we have introduction of special guests.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. This is Jason. I want to give the floor over to Mr. John Reynolds. He'd like to introduce a couple of new employees. John.
Yes, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce, I'm very pleased to introduce another new addition to the Utility Division and specifically to the Economics Bureau. Christopher Dunn started yesterday, and we're very pleased to have him on board. I appreciate the agency's support as we rebuild and beef up our staffing. So it's great news. Very pleased to have him on board, and I'll let Chris introduce himself to you in person. He's on the Zoom call. So Chris, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. As said, my name is Christopher Dunn. I am a graduate from New Mexico State University, where I got my master's, as well as a specialization from the Center for Public Utilities here. I've been working in economics, as well as research, consulting, and economic development in the state of New Mexico for several years now. And I'm really excited about this opportunity to work as an economist with the Public Regulation Commission, and hoping to add a lot of good value to the state and be a great employee. So thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself, and it's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Chris, welcome aboard. And I live about 2 miles from NMSU, so proud to have you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I would just
Yes,
also like to
Mr.
say welcome. Welcome, Christopher. We're very pleased to have someone from New Mexico State, especially educated at their center there for public utilities. Of course, it's, you know, nationally respected. And I'm just very pleased that you'll be able to join our team, and I think you'll really enjoy working at the commission. I've found it a fascinating place myself. So welcome aboard.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I want to welcome Christopher. Welcome aboard, sir. Look, I am a former Lobo, but I'm going to set that aside and just wear my commissioner hat and just state that I'm really glad that you're part of the team. So thank you and welcome aboard.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm excited to be part of the team.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's all he had, right, John? Or did
Oh,
you?
okay.
Okay.
That is correct. One new employee for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification, Commissioner Maestas, I heard you say former Lobo. Did you not mean former Aggie?
Oh, I'm a Lobo. Once a Lobo, always a Lobo.
Well,
Don't make me flash the wolf sign.
Welcome, Chris. I'll get to meet you soon. I think we have majority Aggies at the commission nowadays, so that's good.
Yeah, but I just want to make clear to everybody that all commissioners are equal, and despite his education, you still need to listen to Commissioner Maestas, okay?
Welcome, Chris. Thank you.
Oh, don't do that.
That's all I had, commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public comment.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have anybody registered for public comment today.
Okay, and then we have a presentation from Camus Energy.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to introduce them briefly by saying that I had the pleasure of listening to Camus present about a month ago, and I, after hearing them present and the entire webinar that they were in, I thought this was something that was very interesting because it relates to grid modernization at the local level. So it's a distribution grid, and I think it's very relevant to a lot of people who live in New Mexico. So they're just going to give a very brief description of what they're going to be talking about later today. But later today at 3 o'clock, we have them scheduled on a webinar. Well, it's a 90-minute presentation, but it'll be essentially the contents of the webinar they presented along with Kit Carson Electric. And I apologize, there's a laboratory, the name of which I forget right now. But in any case, I'll stop talking and let Michael Ryan and Astrid Atkinson take over from Camus.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, real quick, Ms. Atkinson, I have made you co-host. I'm not sure if you had a PowerPoint presentation that you need to, you have the ability to share your screen. I don't see Mr. Ryan logged in.
I believe Michael is with us. However, I can share. I have
yes.
the steering wheel. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you for the introduction, Commissioner Hall. We really appreciate it. I'll keep this brief since we are scheduled to give a longer presentation this afternoon. I just kind of wanted to introduce what it is that we're looking to discuss and give folks a sense of what that later presentation will be about. So this is really focused on a case study of local grid transformation within the Kit Carson area, including case study of work that we've done as a vendor with Kit Carson. and other folks who have worked with the co-op on solar and storage planning, as well as folks from the community working on microgrid implementation and design. And the real goal here is kind of thinking about grid modernization in the context of the broader community. So looking at the interests of local residents, looking at the interest of renewable developers, of microgrid developers, and the pueblos who are putting in microgrids there, the utility and folks who are ratepayers there, kind of thinking about how technology can be an enabler in pulling those pieces together as we go through the process of decarbonization and the grid transition. So just really briefly, a couple of sort of high level goals in our work and that we've really kind of looked to center in our work with Kit Carson. There's kind of all of the normal stuff about managing rates, about supporting decarbonization, but also thinking about equity of access to the grid and equity of access to energy in terms of impact on rates and grid integration structures for folks doing development within the distribution area is a goal for our work. And so the idea is really to kind of provide technology that can enable all of those pieces to come together for mutual benefit within the community. We'll go into this in a lot more detail, so I'm not going to really cover kind of all of the background today, in this morning session, except to say that there are some fundamental technology components that are really helpful in making these kinds of transitions work. We'll talk a little bit more about the role of instrumentation, smart metering, rural internet access, and so forth when we go through the session later today. But the sort of brief message here is that these are enabling technologies which can really enable those kind of higher level interactions to take place within the context of the grid and decarbonizing the energy system. We wanted to highlight these in the particular context of New Mexico's efforts for looking at grid modernization in a systemic way. Just really briefly, when we look at the kind of technical nature of the transition that is happening as more generation moves to local communities, and as folks in New Mexico look to put in generation facilities, which they can also monetize, potentially eventually export from, there's a set of technical changes which are required to support that transition. And really at the heart of that set of changes is a changing role for the local utility and for the kind of community-based energy management capabilities that it provides. And so if we kind of look at the way that those roles and requirements are changing within the grid landscape, this puts an additional set of responsibilities on the local utility as a kind of broker or meeting place for multiple technology changes. And so this involves incorporating development that's happening with customers when they put in rooftop solar, thinking about the role of customer-sided flexibility and storage as part of a distributed grid of the future, thinking about the role of local developers who are looking at putting in microgrids, looking at putting in local generation and potentially exporting from that, how that interacts with the generation and transmission providers and their economic model, which also matters a great deal to thinking about equity of access and rates across the broader community, not just for the local community. And then thinking about what that looks like from a system stability, reliability, and resilience perspective. Those things really come together in the local utility. And so that's kind of the heart of the case study that we'll be talking through with Kit Carson later today. Just in brief, we've been working with Kit Carson for almost 2 years now. And our role with them is a technology enabler for making this transition from kind of traditional distribution operator, kind of thinking about a slow moving system, which doesn't really provide much input in the way of generation or sort of flexibility or other aspects of control, to a more dynamic system where the community is generating energy and potentially participating in balancing and providing flexibility services that make the fully decarbonized grid work. So you guys are very familiar with Kit Carson's use case. And the goal here is really to talk about the role of technology in enabling that change. But just in brief, the kind of the core of this is supporting their transition to a very large amount of local solar as part of their overall energy mix, looking to maximize that local resource and also to use that as a way to drive cost reductions for consumers within their community. And so as we think about this, there's kind of the role of those multiple stakeholders involved in that process. There's also a role for technology in enabling those pieces to come together. And it's really like the details of that case study that we're going to walk through when we do the presentation later today. So I'll leave it there since this is really just an intro, and just say that for any other folks who are on the call, information about joining the webinar for later today is on the New Mexico PRC website. And we very much look forward to chatting with any folks who are interested in continuing the conversation there. And thank you very much to the commissioners.
Thank you, Astrid.
Thank you very much.
Nice and informative at the same time. Any commissioner thoughts, questions?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say thank you again for this brief intro, and I look forward to hearing you guys this afternoon, and I welcome everybody who's on this meeting to join in. As Astrid said, the link is on the website, and I think it's very interesting for purposes of thinking about what we can accomplish here in New Mexico. So thank you very much.
Okay, so we come up to executive closed session. I'm thinking maybe we should take a 15-minute break to go to 11:40 and then sign in for the executive session. Sure. And if there's no objection to that.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason.
Yeah.
Just a friendly reminder to the commissioners, you will log off of the Zoom regular meeting that we're currently on and log into another Zoom meeting that you should have received the information from Isaac from Office of General Counsel for closed session.
Okay, 11:40 in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, this is Michael Smith. There requires, yes, to go into closed session, it's required to do a motion with a roll call vote to go in.
Okay. Thank you. So I will make a motion.
I'll second it.
Second.
And Mr. Chairman, I would specify that this is an executive closed session pursuant to section 1015(1)(h)(2) to discuss limited personnel matters.
Okay.
Roll. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioners, the motion to go into closed session is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. See you at 11:40. Thanks.
Thanks.
Joe?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is it all right if I give you a ring at around 3:30, 4 in the afternoon?
I think the CAMU webinar is going to be during that time, but yeah, call me.
Okay.
I'll pick up.
Couple things to follow. I can do it at 5. That's fine too.
That might be better.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, I see. Okay, I'm just looking to see if our commissioner's here. We've got Commissioner Byrd, you're here?
I am.
Okay, terrific. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here?
I'm here.
Terrific. Commissioner Hall. Well, she's going to be here in a minute, I bet. So let's get
Mr.
started.
Chairman?
Commissioner Maestas.
I'd like to make a motion to come out of executive closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, paren H and 2, and to report that the discussion was limited to personnel matters regarding the Chief of Staff position.
Very good. I will second that. And Mike, would you like to take the roll, please?
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and do we have Commissioner Hall yet? Appears not. We'll leave her in closed session.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I'm here.
All right, we're on to consent action items.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Mr.
like to
Chairman.
make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve the consent action items.
Commissioner Aguilar, thank you. We have a second?
I'll second, and just keep
I'll
in mind that we amended the consent agenda to add items 8 and 9. So I guess
Correct.
Mike will clarify that.
Correct. And Michael, yeah, please read the items that are on the consent and we'll take our vote.
Mr. Chairman and Michael, can you hear me okay? This is Jason. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
hear
Mike,
us.
I think I modified the agenda, so if you can see the screen while we were in closed session, I think I have them correct for you.
Oh, okay, thanks. That makes it easier. Commissioners, the consent action item that you're voting on is case 21-00041 UT in the matter of the joint application of Valencia Mesa LLC and New Mexico Water Service Company for several approvals and authorizations required in connection with the acquisition of Valencia Mesa LLC's assets by New Mexico Water Service Company and the application by New Mexico Water Service Company for approval to operate certain water utility facilities. This is a potential order assigning hearing examiner. Next case is case 21-00047 UT, emergency request of Central Valley Electric Cooperative, Inc. for a variance to implement implementation of its fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause, and implementation of a surcharge mechanism in response to the February cold weather event. This is a potential order regarding request for variance. And finally, case 19-00168 UT in the matter of the petition to amend the Energy Efficiency Rule 17.7.2 NMAC. This is a potential order regarding notice of proposed rulemaking. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall. Appears we have a vote of 4-0 to approve the consent action items.
Mr. Chairman, I think we skipped over approving the minutes. I could be mistaken, but I'm not
Yes,
sure
we did. Yes, we did. Thank you, Commissioner Maestas.
I'll move to approve the minutes of the February 17th, 2021 open meeting.
Second.
And Mike, go ahead, take the roll.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall. Commissioners, the minutes are approved by a vote of 4-0.
Okay, on to regular.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I said aye. I apologize. I voted aye.
There she is.
Based on the last vote, the minutes are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to regular action items. We've got 21-000-48, the application and motion of Zia Natural Gas Company for emergency authorization of its financing. Potential order. And Judith, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter, 21-00048-UT, was the subject of the public hearing that we held this morning. The proposed order would recommend the following approval of Zia's application with, and I'll read you the decretal paragraphs, that Zia's application is granted and is authorized to enter into the financing transaction as proposed in its application. I'll skip over a couple of the other ones. That Zia shall file with the commission within 90 days following the consummation of the financing transaction, the final transactional documents for the loan to Zia, together with a verified report stating any changes from the terms and conditions represented in the application, and the final transaction documents for the loan with Wells, I believe Wells Fargo. That was recommended by staff. Staff shall file in this case NGP's audited financial statement for fiscal years ending 2020 and 2021 within 60 days after they each become available. Again, that was recommended by staff. Zia shall file a report in this case at least 90 days before Zia expects to pay off the balance of the loan approved in this case about whether Zia should secure a sufficient line of credit to address future emergency situations in order to address any further financing needs as may arise in a more deliberate manner. Also recommended by staff. Staff shall file a report in this case notifying the commission when Zia has fully paid off this loan, or in the event that the loan is not paid off by the end of the 5-year term, report on the status of the loan no later than 5 years and 1 month from the date Zia's proposed loan is finalized. Again, recommended by staff. And I stand for questions at this time.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, I just want to say, I really feel for not just Zia, but its customers. This is just an extraordinary occurrence, and the impact is substantial. But I want to thank all of our staff for looking at all the procedures to try and streamline this and render a decision that works for the financing timeline. So I think this is a pure example of government really working for its customers and stakeholders. And so I want to thank all the staff associated with it. So my hat's off to everybody, because this was an extraordinary effort. Thank you.
Other commissioner comments? I will
Mr.
move the
Chair?
order.
Oh, okay. I'll second it then. I was just going to say I have no comments, but I would move the order, but I'll second it for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Terrific. Any other comments from commissioners? Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
And I'll just quickly second the comments from Commissioner Maestas. Everybody seems to be allied against Zia, and I'm glad that as a commission we were moving to actually help them out when there are so many forces that they're just struggling against. So thank you to everyone on staff. So we're on to item 20-00201 UT. And this is the Zia Natural Gas Company, Division of Natural Gas for continued use. Whoops, what happened to my screen?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was trying to give Mr. Lennon the ability to share his screen. Let me bring it back up for you. There you go.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason.
Okay. Anyway, for continued use of its purchase gas adjustment clause. Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. I actually presented this case about this recommended decision about a month ago. And the thing that was unusual about it, it's a normal 4-year filing for approval of the plan. And what had happened between the time I had written the recommended decision and the time I presented the recommended decision is what has now become known as the extraordinary weather event. And I recommended approval of the plan. It was essentially the exact same plan that, not the exact same, but the same plan that Zia had been using successfully for 4 years. And at that time, staff had concurred. And in fact, staff and Zia had submitted to me a jointly proposed recommended decision, and I had adopted it with just very minor changes. And then, of course, the weather event happened after after there had been the filing, after there had been a notice to the public, after there had been the testimony, after there had been my consideration of the testimony, after there had been times for the normal procedure in any normal hearing. The only thing that hadn't been done was my presentation of the recommended decision to the commission. And that's what I did about a month ago. And immediately preceding that, even days, there had been this unusual weather event. I believe, and I'm not going to presume too much, but I believe as a result of that, the commission, instead of following my recommendation and signing the order prepared by OGC, you jointly issued 4 questions to be answered by both staff and Zia. And since then, Zia and staff have answered those questions. And the first question is, has a severe winter event and subsequent extreme rise in gas prices as set forth in the order, and they refer to this order, affected Zia's application for continuation of its purchase gas adjustment clause? That application is from November of last year. So I think the implication was that the application, even after all of the testimony and the procedural, could be modified at that point. The response was no, it was not necessary to be modified. And the answer to that question basically drove the following three questions. Does Zia need to amend its application? The answer was no. Should Zia and staff be required to file supplemental? Of course, the answer is no. If they're not modifying, there's no reason for supplemental testimony. And then the following one, if, and that was a conditional, if supplementary testimony is filed, should the matter be reopened for public hearing? And should the hearing examiner be ordered to amend and update the RD? And of course, that was no too. Both staff and Zia can agreed the answer to all of those questions should be no. And I'd like to give just a brief statement of how I'm in agreement with that. We need to keep in mind what exactly is going on here. What they had filed was a request for approval, which they're required to do every 4 years of their purchase gas adjustment clause. The objective of the purchase gas adjustment clause is to maintain stability of earnings for the company and a leveling of the cost for the consumers, keeping in mind that the company is to absolutely make no profit whatsoever from the price of the fuel, of the gas, which they then resell. And so that's basically the public policy behind the Public Utilities Act. That's the purpose of having this purchase gas adjustment clause. It serves the public, it serves the company, and in turn, by serving the company for continuity purposes, it in turn serves the public that way as well. Anyhow, like I said, for the previous 4 years, the same plan had been effectively doing just that. It had been maintaining the stability and had been leveling the cost. And that's exactly what it was supposed to do, since it had been doing it just fine. And of course, it was approved and recommended to be approved by me. Now, there are, I think it's good to know, to look at this in terms of long-term, medium-term, short-term, and extreme short-term situations, because the law actually provides the PGAC plan, if you will, to level out variations so that the companies don't have to apply for to have a rate case, essentially. This is for administrative efficiency, to save money for the ratepayers. They don't pay for a rate case. Generally good for the commission, so we don't have another rate case, and allows the adjustments through the PGAC rather than having a rate case. On a more shorter term, there is the adjustment mechanism, which is fair to the consumers and the company. And then in the extremely short term, there is an extraordinary circumstances regulation, which is number 14 under Title 17, Chapter 10, Part 640. And that NMAC is the Public Utilities and Utility Services Gas Services Purchase Gas Adjustment Clause for Gas Utilities Regulation. Under that number 14, it deals with extraordinary circumstances. And we've been calling this an extraordinary weather event. I don't know if that word was pulled directly from the regulation, but it certainly is fortuitous that we're using the same word, because when we have an unusual weather event, and by definition, they're unusual. I mean, we don't expect it to happen on a regular basis, not every 4 years, not every 8 years, who knows how often, but it's extraordinary. And this particular part of the regulation is designed to deal with those extraordinary circumstances. I've been present through the meeting today, and I heard from the Zia lawyer and Zia CEO. And they described following a PGAC. I think they were referring to a extraordinary circumstances PGAC, to be more specific. And that particular regulation is how we deal pursuant to the regulations with an extraordinary weather event. So I don't have anything more to add to what I had recommended a month ago. I still recommend approval of the PGAC, which was so successful for 4 years and presumptively will remain successful for the next 4 years. And if there should be an extraordinary weather event, we should rely upon the applicable regulation, which provides relief under that regulation. And I will stand for any questions, please.
Commissioners, any questions? It appears not.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the order. I don't have any questions, but I'll move the order.
Thank you. And I will second.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got Cynthia moving, and I'm going to give Commissioner Maestas the second. And if there's no discussion, Michael, please take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner, the proposed order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner.
On to, well, I'll call it item 7 as we have it showing here, 20-00218. In the matter of the compliance application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of the demand response plan pursuant to the final order in case 19-00195. Anthony, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Great to see
Mr.
you.
Chairman, Commissioners, great to see you too. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and Anthony, do you need control to share your screen?
Jason, yes, please, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Anthony. You should have the ability to share your screen. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Let me put up the recommended decision. Do you have the recommended decision up on screen, Commissioners?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Before you is my recommended decision in this case, which addresses PNM's proposed demand response or load curtailment program in case number 20-00218 UT. The decision recommends that the Commission deny PNM's proposed 10-year $17.7 million contract with the aggregator Itron Inc., based principally in Liberty Lake, Washington, that would provide up to 15 megawatts of incremental demand response resources. For reasons I'll address shortly, the recommended decision finds that PNM's proposed DR program is not consistent with the 24 megawatts of demand response included in the CCA E1 portfolio of replacement resources for the San Juan Generating Station, approved in case numbers 19195 UT and 20182 UT. The case issue also raised an issue of first impression regarding the legal standard of review that should be applied to a long-term contract for a demand response load side type resource. Ordinarily, the Commission has reviewed DR programs almost always in the context of a utility's now triennial energy efficiency plan dockets. against the standards set forth in the Efficient Use of Energy Act, or EUEA. Because the contract debt issue between Itron and PNM calls for Itron to deliver to PNM nominally at least 15 megawatts of firm capacity and requires PNM to pay 10 years of capacity payments for demand reduction, I asked the parties to brief whether the standard of review for long-term purchase power agreements under Rule 551 should apply to the proposed DR program. I ultimately conclude that the architecture of the Rule 551, designed as it is to evaluate long-term supply side resource contracts, emphasis on supply side, is incompatible with the assessment of load side resources like DR programs. Therefore, the operative standard of review in this proceeding is whether the proposed DR program, with the Commission's approval of CCA One portfolio of resources, which assumed the addition of 24 megawatts of demand response programs, is the standard of review that should apply. Regarding the positions of the parties, besides PNM that submitted testimony and actively participated in the case, CCAE, despite seriously criticizing the RFP procurement process that led to the proposed contract with Itron, still recommends approval of the DR program. The other party, staff, opposes approval of the DR program on grounds I find persuasive and indeed expand upon. No other intervener is on record stating a position one way or the other on the merits of the application. If the proposed DR program is rejected as I advise, PNM plans on making up any shortfall in capacity through contracts for short-term capacity and energy purchases. But PNM is not requesting approval of any short-term market purchases in this case. In response to a bench request I made at hearing instructing PNM to analyze resource alternatives in the event that the proposed DR program is not approved, PNM submitted a study estimating the expected total cost of 4 different resource scenarios. PNM's analysis, which is shown on pages 39 through 41 of the recommended decision, indicates the cost of all 4 options are closely comparable, with differences at most of just over 0.1% of PNM's nominal base case, which is approval of the DR program at a cost of about $118 per kilowatt year, which, as explained later in the decision, significantly understates the effective cost or real cost of the program at approximately $131 a kilowatt per year. Now, as for why the proposed DR program is not consistent with the CCA One portfolio approved in case 19195 UT, I give 3 reasons, and fourth, recommend a more prudent alternative approach for PNM's future procurement of load side resources and demand side management programs generally. However, before I explain those reasons for rejection and the recommendation, I should note that, as explained on pages 42 to 43 of the recommended decision, while I find that PNM did not comply with the Commission's directive in case 19195 UT to develop and implement the 24 megawatts of demand response included CCA1, I nevertheless find that it is undisputed that PNM acted diligently and in good faith under a strict time frame in pursuing the proposed DR program. And that's an express finding I make, finding of fact number 4 on page 47 there. Now, getting back to explaining why I find PNM's proposed DR program is not consistent with the 24 megawatts of demand response included in the CCA One portfolio. My analysis is on pages 43 to 46 of the recommended decision. First, on its face, the contract falls substantially short of delivering the 24 megawatts of demand response resources that PNM represented in case 20182 UT were reportedly procurable. Turning to page 44 of the recommended decision there, I find that up to 15 megawatts of incremental DR nominally called for in the contract equals just 62.5% of the 24 megawatts of demand response ordered in case 19195 UT. Even then, the purported 15 megawatts of firm summer month DR capacity is exaggerated because closely evaluating the complicated conditions of default and penalty provisions of the contract on pages 22 to 25 of the recommended decision, the effective amount of demand response Itron is legally bound to deliver, but still receive the full contract price of $1.68 million per year in 12 monthly installments of $140,000 for 10 years, is at most 90% of the 15 megawatts, or 13.5 megawatts, which is merely 56.3% of the DR ordered in case 19195 UT. Worse yet, even that amount, the 13.5 megawatts, may be too high, since the contract is structured such that if Itron manages to perform in a manner that does not trigger the conditions of default and still satisfies the 80% performance threshold for summer months that would trigger penalties of cost, Itron could still receive full payment for delivering precisely half, 12 megawatts of the DR ordered in case 19195 UT. In other words, as a legally binding contract terms of the commission is asked to approve would have it, the bottom line is if Itron provided between 12 megawatts and 13.5 megawatts of demand response during the summer months, it would still receive full contractual compensation. Now, the second reason is and now I'm turning back to the recommended decision on page 45 and footnotes 172 through 174. The shortfall in Itron's commitment significantly diminishes the value proposition for the proposed DR resource. The DR capacity cost modeled by PNM in case 19195 UT was $95 a kilowatt a year. But as staff demonstrated, the effective cost of the DR resource proposed in the case is much more expensive at $131.36 a kilowatt per year for the 13.5 megawatts. That price in and of itself is a big increase from the nominal cost of 118 kilowatts per year that is quoted for the 15 megawatts. And PNM promoted that as being on a par with the highest priced battery storage project in the CCA1 portfolio, the Hickory Battery Project approved in case 19195 UT at about $120 a kilowatt per year. However, all the other storage projects in CCA1, which were negotiated after the Hickory project ESA, Energy Storage Agreement, and approved more recently in case number 20-182 UT, are priced below or almost precisely at the $95 a kilowatt per year capacity cost figure in case 19195 UT. Third, this is the third point, if I could get to it. And it's also on page 45 and goes over to page 46, footnote 175. But the finding is on page 45 there, that second paragraph. Moreover, while PNM claims the proposed DR program is reputedly open to all customer classes, the program would in reality be closed to mass market customer classes, the residential and small business customer classes, since Itron would be targeting commercial and industrial customers with peak demand of 100 kilowatt or greater. Yet as shown on appendix, the appendix there to the recommended decision. Let's see if I can get a single page. In any event, it's there in the appendix before the certificate of service. Sorry about that for being a little bit small. I find PNM will have, PNM claims that, again, it'd be open. Those customer classes who would be responsible for, in the residential case, 55% or $1.1 million of the total program costs on a total revenue requirement of $2 million. And the small power customers would be responsible for almost 12% or $234,000 of a program. Most other customer classes paying just 33% still would be able to participate in it. Fourth and finally, I find that PNM will have better, more prudent options for DR resources as its current load side and DSM programs run their course in 2023. That is to say, I find well taken staff's recommendation that PNM's acquisition of DR resources should be pursued more holistically through a subsequent RFP based on all available utility demand resources once PNM's approved energy efficiency and load management program plan for 2021 through 2023 has concluded. This approach is preferable to the proposed incremental DR procurement for several reasons that I list there on page 46. Basically, it'll allow for a more robust RFP that is not limited to available incremental load site capacity, competing with PNM's existing Peak Saver and Power Saver programs that, according to PNM, have already plucked the low-hanging fruit of targetable customers. Two, it will allow for implementation of suitable load management programs pursuant to the EUEA and the energy efficiency rule standards, which, generally speaking, should be applied to load side resources evaluated by the commission. And three, it will allow stakeholders and the commission to be able to be better informed as the recommended decision concludes, in paraphrasing staff witnesses John Reynolds there, by the knowledge of new replacement resources for Four Corners Power Plant and Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station. B, by 2 years of experience with the California Independent System Operators Western Energy Imbalance Market that PNM is joining. By C, a new IRP. And by D, the review of PNM's proposed merger with Avangrid. Therefore, as reflected in the finding 9 on page 47, I recommend that PNM be ordered to issue an RFP for demand response resources to be based on all available resources once PNM's approved EE and LM program for 2021 through 2023 is ended, and implementation effective January 21, 2024. PNM is ordered to accomplish this pursuant to Decreto paragraph D on page 58 of the recommended decision. Finally, no exceptions were filed to the recommended decision. That concludes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my presentation. I stand ready to take any questions commissioners may have.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have no questions. I think it was very, very comprehensive, and while it's a bit of a disappointing outcome, I think it's the better path to take myself, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, did I see you wanting to comment?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a question for the hearing examiner. I know that he denied the demand response. Can you explain the approval of the contract designated as amendment number 4? I wasn't too clear on that.
The amendment number 4 is the proposed contract, which is attached to the direct testimony of P&M witness Phillips, Nicholas Phillips. It's an amendment because it's a proposed amendment because Itron is already the provider pursuant to existing contract and prior amendments for one of the energy efficiency demand response programs that P&M has in effect. I believe it's the Power Saver program.
Okay. My next question is about the certain non-public customer information. What is the purpose of that demand response program?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Commissioner, that as shown on, well, in the recommended decision, of course, that would be rejected. It would be a moot point, but the purpose of that in part, in large measure, was to enable Itron, the aggregator, to reach out and find potentially interested and suitable customers who might be interested in participating in the program, large commercial and industrial customers.
Okay, my last question. So what, in your recommended decision, you have denied P&M their response plan. You have denied their request for approval to provide certain non-public customer information. And lastly, P&M shall undertake another RFP demand response resources. So all in all, is this a new process that we are recommending for P&M to pursue?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, that where the commission would be directing P&M to put forth, to issue a more holistic, broader RFP as part of transitioning from its current energy efficiency and load management plan recently approved for 2021 through 2023, with the eye of having a new suite of demand response and load management programs once everything is sorted out pursuant to the different variables and factors that I talked about. And they'll be filing for approval of the 2024 to, I guess, 2026 plan, their next triennial energy efficiency and load management plan, which would take effect in 2024.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Commissioner Anthony, I just want to confirm one thing. This proposal that's been put together out of this case is supported by P&M, correct?
P&M, for the alternative proposal for us.
They don't object to this decision in any way, shape, or form.
I would say that they did not file exceptions, and I think it's fair to say from the record that they're not objecting to the subsequent RFP process.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions?
I'll move to approve, Mr. Chairman, the order.
I'll second that.
So we've got a motion from Commissioner Maestas, a second from Commissioner Hall. If there's no further discussion, then Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Basini Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner, the order adopting the recommended decision is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next item, but before we do, I'm going to hand over the reins to Commissioner Maestas. I need to go for my COVID appointment, and I don't want to be talking on the phone in the car. That's dangerous to the public. So, Commissioner Maestas, if you take over the reins, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it would be an honor. Anyway, I hope your shot goes well. All right, so we're on to item 6 in the matter regarding 20-00205-UT. In the matter of the temporary moratorium on residential utility disconnections during the time period of COVID-19 pandemic, emergency orders are in effect as authorized by 17.9.560, 17.10.650, and 17.12.760 NMAC. Judy,
Yes.
take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today upon our recommendation last week that the action that you took regarding the adoption of the emergency order last week pertaining to the clarification on the prohibition on disconnections, that emergency order, if you could vote to ratify that emergency order at this meeting, then we can tell the Attorney General about the emergency action that was taken last week and the fact that we then subsequently noticed it properly and ratified that order at this meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to ratify the order.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Basini Aguilar. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
We got a second from Commissioner Hall. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none. Mike, please call the roll.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Basini Aguilar.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you, Mike. Moving on to item number 7, in case 20-205-UT in the matter of the temporary moratorium on residential utility disconnections during the time period of COVID-19 pandemic, emergency orders are in effect as authorized by 17.9.560, 17.10.650, and 17.12.760 NMAC. Judy.
Yes, this matter comes before you today upon a February 16th, 2021 filing by Public Service Company of New Mexico of a motion for an order authorizing limited disclosure. In addition, they attached an affidavit of Belinda A. Reddy in support of the motion for the order authorizing limited disclosure. The relevant statutory section is 62.8-11A, which states that a public utility may not provide its customer information, including names, addresses, and arrearages, which is known as non-public personal information, without the customer's permission, subject to 2 exemptions. One of them is disclosure to the PRC in accordance with the Public Utility Act, the Public Regulation Act, and the Commission's own regulations. As grounds for the motion, PNM has stated that the circumstances regarding the COVID-19 pandemic And the commission's February 3rd, 2021 order in this docket case number 20-00205, which set transition periods and moratoriums, has necessitated PNM getting assistance from an independent contractor that is not an employee of or agent of PNM. So that would not fit under 62-8-11A. PNM in the motions detailed its transition plan that was filed in this docket as reasons for necessitating the disclosure to and the need for the contractor, such as 5 customer communications prior to disconnection, 2 notices required by Rule 17.5.410.33, 3 notices to customers requiring communication by telephone, the option of contacting PNM by phone to choose a payment arrangement plan, and trying to keep wait times on the telephone short. PNM states that it's expecting a 25% increase in contacts, totaling about 4,600 contacts a day. PNM maintained that it would require additional staffing and need to hire an independent contractor that had access to their customer relationship management database. And PNM asserted that it was not feasible to obtain customer permission, which is what the statute may require unless the commission authorizes this limited disclosure, because they state that they currently have 50,000 customers in arrears, and you would have to contact 50,000 customers to get consent. The proposed order finds that based upon the commission's February 3rd order and the protections that PNM has inserted into its contract with its independent contractor, and I'll state what those are, that the motion should be granted. PNM indicated that the commission has approved similar disclosures with similar protections, in particular case number 10-00280, where the commission imposed the following conditions on agreements between PNM and its independent contractor when it granted the authority to disclose non-public customer information in order to implement energy efficiency programs. The protections were that the agreement must expressly prohibit the vendors and their employees from disclosing any non-public customer information to anyone, including the vendor's employees, except on a need-to-know basis. The agreement must expressly prohibit vendors from disclosing non-public customer information to a subcontractor unless the subcontractor executes a confidentiality agreement that contain provisions substantially similar to the confidentiality provisions in the agreements between PNM and the vendors. Therefore, the motion would be granted subject to the limitations that I just described and set forth in the affidavit of Ms. Reddy. And I stand for questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Judy?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to allow PNM to authorize them with limited disclosure, and to make the process a little bit smoother, they should go ahead and hire a private entity so that they can communicate with their customers. So that's a motion. Thank you.
So Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, just to clarify, you are making a motion to adopt the order as presented?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second
I'll
that.
second.
Okay, let's let.
A second by Commissioners Hall and Byrd. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none. Mike, do you want to take the roll, please?
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you, Mike. Let's move on to item Roman numeral 10 for discussion and potential action. It's regarding case 21-64-UT in the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for a variance from the fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause methodology. Russell, take it away.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay,
excellent. So I sent you not only a memo, but on Friday, but follow-up emails as we receive more information pursuant to a bench request that was issued by Commissioner Fishman on Friday. I hope you've seen all of those. My recommendation, as I said before in my emails from yesterday and the day before, remains the same. I'm going to go into a little bit of background here, but I'll try to keep it short. To consider the motion that is listed in the title, which is EPE's motion for a variance from the fuel clause methodology for the purpose of smoothing out an adjustment related to, or smoothing out the costs that were related to the February natural gas price spikes. Today, what's before you is just to consider the procedure on this motion. As I said, my recommendation is that the motion just be considered without a hearing. And that means it would be considered at next week's open meeting on the 31st, just based on the filings. So far, in terms of the substance, there's been the motion itself filed, and then the responses will be filed tomorrow. As per the order shortening time issued by Commissioner Fishman on Friday. So the reasons that I recommend that are: one, EPE wants this adjustment to be effective with April billing. Under the operation of its fuel clause, February's costs would be, there's a 2-month lag, so February's costs would hit April billing. And in order to avoid that, the commission will need to take some kind of action, and EPE's proposal would be to spread those costs out over 12 months. EPE calculates those incremental costs due to the February weather event and the natural gas spikes at about $6.8 million. So that's what it proposes to spread over 12 months. Now, the bench request that was issued on Friday asked, well, what would be asked EPE what the commission's deadline would be for any order to be effective with April billing. And the response from EPE was that it would be March 31st at noon. So there's another reason why the commission might want to go ahead and decide that at the open meeting without a hearing in the early in the meeting on March 31st. Again, like I said, I won't be dealing with all the substance here. I guess we're dealing with as much of the substance as the commission may feel necessary to decide whether a hearing is needed. Now, my recommendation to go forward without a hearing is based, one, on the fact that neither staff nor the Attorney General oppose the motion. That's substantively, they don't oppose the motion. That was stated in the motion itself. And with the single signature order issued on Friday, we required staff to actually provide a response tomorrow, along with anyone else's responses to the motion that will flesh out staff's reason for non-opposition. So we'll have that, the commission will have that to consider when ruling, if the commission rules upon the motion next week. And then, like I said, to meet the deadline, I think a hearing, we might want to avoid a hearing at this time. And then third, as I said in my emails and in my memo, the commission can go ahead and issue, if the commission so wishes, next week, could issue an order granting the motion. In other words, approving the variance that's and the adjustment to the adjustment clause that is recommended by EPE, and yet reserve the fact the right and the power to revisit the issue of the amount of the $6.8 million. In other words, whether the mitigation efforts that were undertaken by EPE were sufficient, and whether that amount really should be, the incremental amount should be charged to customers at a later time, because that could be adjusted again through an adjustment in the future. And EPE says that in their own motion. I think EPE says in their motion, well, it could be adjusted in a future fuel clause review case, which wouldn't be until I think 2023. However, I would say, since the commission has undertaken an inquiry with regard to the effect of the natural gas spikes across the board at all utilities, and a number of the questions in that inquiry deal with the reasonableness of mitigation efforts, then the commission might, after that inquiry, want to look into whether the adjustments, any adjustments that have been approved, are correct. So that issue could be reserved for a possible hearing in the future if the commission wishes to do so. So that's another reason that I feel that the commission could go forward without a hearing on this motion. And then finally, we did provide, Commissioner Fishman provided in his single signature order on Friday, the opportunity for any party or any person that was served with the motion itself to state why they think a hearing should be held. And there was only one response to that filed on Monday, and that was by the City of Las Cruces. And that motion had been served on all of the parties to EP's pending rate case. So it was served on, basically every person that's ever had an interest in, or that regularly participates in EPE's cases. The city raised a number of reasons why they believed a hearing should be held. I think most of these reasons can be dealt with substantively within the motion itself, or if the commission wants to reserve a hearing in the future in case something and a concern arises on the commission's behalf about the reasonableness of mitigation efforts. I think these really could be dealt with, and still the commission could issue an order on the motion next week. But I will deal with the one issue that I dealt with in the email yesterday, which is that the city objects to the fact that the majority of the $6.8 million in incremental costs that EPE seeks to recover were paid, as the city puts it, to itself, to EPE, for the costs of Palo Verde Unit 3 nuclear energy. And as I said in my email, I don't see anything wrong with that on its face, because again, this was an emergency situation, and there aren't many options for EPE. It doesn't appear that there were many options for EPE in terms of alternatives to natural gas. EPE is somewhat heavily reliant upon natural gas plants for generating electricity. It has no coal-fired generation at all. And in terms of renewable energy that was available to it, just on its face during the storm, now this is something that could be investigated. It seems unlikely that there was sufficient solar energy available to the company to replace as much natural gas as the company is reliant upon. So it seems reasonable that they went to this source. Now, the reason that the company was paying itself for this resource was because there have been approved in past rate cases the inclusion in EPE's rate base of 2 units of Palo Verde nuclear generation, Palo Verde 1 and 2, in which EPE owns an interest. So those are in rate base. But the commission disallowed the inclusion of Palo Verde Unit 3 in EPE's rate base because at the time of a past rate case, the commission found there was overcapacity, that EPE had overcapacity, and there would be too much to allow that in the rate base as well. So there was an arrangement agreed to that if EPE took, had to take advantage of the Palo Verde 3 nuclear energy for any reason, that it would be they would pay themselves based on a proxy price. And that's what happened here. And the proxy price is actually based on natural gas prices, but not those extraordinarily high natural gas prices at the time in February. So it seems reasonable to me that given that the commission said, well, if you need this capacity, if you need to this extra nuclear capacity in the future, you can pay yourself. Well, this seems like a time when they really did need it. So that's another reason why I would say hearing is not needed here. But again, though these things go to the substance of the matter, the actual substance of the motion would come before the commission next week. I'm just arguing as to why I don't think a hearing is needed on these issues. So if the commission decides no hearing is needed, then no action need be taken today. But of course, if the commission would like to schedule a hearing or discuss other types of procedures, I'm here to listen and draft whatever order is needed. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Russell. Any questions for Russell by the commissioners? Any questions at all?
Mr. Vice Chair, hi, this is Commissioner Hall. Yes, I had a question. I was just trying to locate that filing from the city. Can you just go through, Russell, could you please go through the reasons the city felt there should be a hearing again? I've seen it, I read it, and I don't remember it very well. I think I might have just seen it in my mail, but I can't find it now. And if it's the same thing I'm remembering having read recently, I thought there were some valid arguments. Could you just repeat them again? I might be mixing it up with something else I read by the city.
Yes, it's no problem.
Yeah.
So the major argument is what I had stated about Palo Verde, that Palo Verde Unit 3, that the city argues that the EP essentially took this opportunity to engage in profiteering by using Palo Verde 3, which is an arrangement, like I said, subject to an arrangement in which the company pays itself for this resource because this resource was never allowed into rate base. So that's the majority of the argument that was made by the city.
That there was the opportunity for profiteering by
EP.
By El Paso?
They pay themselves. Yes, they pay themselves with as per proxy price, because that was a unit, that Unit 3, that the commission expressly disallowed from rate base in a past rate case as being as being overcapacity, as being capacity that wasn't needed by the company. But in that case, the commission said, if you do need this capacity in the future, if you do ever happen to use it, since you have access to it, then you can pay yourself at this proxy price, which was authorized in a past rate case. And so that's what I was saying is it seems reasonable that this was an instance in which EPE could reasonably avail itself of that capacity, that nuclear capacity, because EPE is quite heavily reliant on natural gas. So avoiding natural gas, the high natural gas prices, may have required this. So it seems reasonable, at least on its face. There's another argument made by the city with regard to the proxy price itself. And it appears, and I spoke to hearing examiner Carolyn Glick, who is dealing with a rate case. I don't want to go too much. I don't want to go into anything about the rate case because that will be before the commission soon. But the city may be correct in that the proxy price that is used, which like I said, is based on natural gas prices, not the very high natural gas prices that were in place at the time, but an index, I believe. That's what's used actually to price the nuclear power that's used from Palo Verde 3. That proxy price seems not to have been reapproved in the most recent rate case in 2016. That was 15-127 UT. But it doesn't appear that the issue in the current rate case is what to use going forward. So it seems reasonable that the apparently inadvertent a failure to approve the proxy price at that time in 2016 shouldn't be held against the company. They simply have continued to use that in this event at this time. So that was an argument that, again, I think should it can be certainly can be considered with regard to the substance of the motion when we get further responses tomorrow from staff and from any other parties or persons that wish to comment. But I don't think I don't think there's enough there to investigate to hold a hearing. I simply don't see a reason for a hearing based on that. Then there was also an argument made by the city about where, let's see, they said that hearings should be held to examine EPE's off-system sales revenues and customer credits during February 2021. This is something the city has raised in a number of cases. This is a more general argument, which the city says, while each utility's circumstances differ, EPE should be ordered to address the opportunities, costs, and revenues associated with off-system sales during the cold weather event and during the month of February 2021 overall. So what they may be arguing, the city may be arguing here is that the $6.8 million in incremental costs that EPE claims may not fully take into account some possible benefits that EPE may have accrued by off-system sales, possibly of energy during that time. The city describes a number of a total of off-system sales made during February of $1.7 million, and how those are shared with with customers. That, I believe, is an ongoing issue or as an issue in the rate case as well, that the city has raised with regard to how EPE shares off-system sales with its ratepayers as any benefits from those sales. The city also argues that a hearing should be held to determine whether EPE acted prudently in knowingly choosing to exceed its interstate pipeline draft imbalance tolerance at the Newman Generating Station and incur an imbalance penalty of $3.8 million. And that's $3.8 million total for the company. The 20% of that is allocable to the New Mexico jurisdiction is $787,000. This is something EPE says in their own in their motion, is that part of what they're seeking to recover is that New Mexico jurisdictional portion of a penalty that it incurred from an interstate pipeline in choosing to exceed this tolerance of what it was supposed to draw. The city says that evidence is needed merely to quantify what those amounts actually are, because they're embedded in the monthly total gas costs for 3 natural gas stations or natural gas facilities. And also the city says the hearing should be held to determine whether the company acted prudently in choosing to incur that imbalance. That's one I don't really feel I have a great deal of insight to give to you on that. I think it's a smaller portion of the amount of the costs that the company seeks to recover, as opposed to the Palo Verde Palo Verde portion. We may have more information when the more complete substantive responses are received, including a response from staff to the motion tomorrow. And then finally, the city argues that a hearing should be held to investigate EPE's claim that switching to fuel oil at a cost of to New Mexico customers of $300,000 actually saved $19 million on a total company basis. That is what is claimed by EPE, is that by switching from natural gas to fuel oil, they save $19 million. The city says if the company's justification for seeking recovery of an exorbitant price for energy from Palo Verde 3 is based on those alleged savings, the commission should have a comprehensive understanding of those savings. And again, I don't know that it doesn't seem really the Palo Verde price is exorbitant. It seems that they carried over the price that they had been using, from back before, since, or at least the price index, the price calculation they've been using since it was approved back, I think, in a rate case in 2009. So those were the arguments. Commissioner Hall, if you have any questions, I might not be able to really give you much more substance on those. And so, but those were the arguments made with the city.
Well, that's fine. And I found the document. I was following along with you. And so we'll get more information tomorrow from a response to the bench request. Is that correct?
What we'll actually get tomorrow, Commissioner Hall, is the responses to the motion itself, the substantive responses, because the order that was issued on Friday was a bench request that asked about whether a hearing was needed, and also asked the company how quickly an order would be needed from the commission, but shortened the time for the responses to the motion itself to tomorrow instead of what would have been a deadline of sometime next week. So we'll have actual substantive responses, including one from staff explaining their non-opposition to the motion tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll just wait to see that stuff then. But I take it that doesn't impair our ability to order a hearing in the future, right?
Exactly. Yeah, commissioners. Yes, absolutely. Commissioners, I would say, today was, I think I put it on here to consider if the commission wanted to set a hearing, then, but it's not the last time the commission could possibly set a hearing. Now, like I said, EPE is asking that this motion be decided before noon next week, which could be done, without a hearing probably. But we could reserve, even if the commission decides to, grant the motion, the commission could say, we reserve the right to revisit the actual amount of the adjustment with or without a hearing at some time in the future.
Right.
Commissioner Hall, any other questions? So I think the matter we have before us is granting the El Paso Electric Company a variance from the fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause methodology. I thought about linking that motion with a decision on whether to have a public hearing, but I'm not comfortable in light of the objections by the city of Las Cruces. I guess procedurally, Russell, if we leave open the possibility of having a public hearing after we've seen the expanded testimony from staff that supports their no opposition to this, can the city's concerns, city of Las Cruces concerns, be addressed, excuse me, in that public hearing if it's held next week?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, yes. We could schedule a hearing for next week during the open meeting, or the commission could issue an order next week, either granting the motion and allowing for a public hearing at some future date, or the commission could do what the city asks, which is to deny the motion in favor of holding a hearing. And then what the city proposes is to put in an alternative adjustment that would just carry over, that would prevent the February costs from hitting, all at once on the April bills, and would instead just carry over the March adjustment, the March amount, pending the end of any such inquiry. And that would actually require a hearing under our rules, because as I explained in the memo, when a utility asks for an adjustment to its adjustment clause, no hearing need be held under our rule. It can be, but it need not. But if there's a different adjustment that's imposed by the commission at the behest of the commission itself or a third party, which it would be if the commission decided to go with the city's at least temporary adjustment at least, then a hearing would be needed anyway. So that's something the commission can consider as well.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, can I please ask Russell a question?
Sure, Commissioner Hall.
I think I just heard you say that if we did what the city asked, then we would be required to have a hearing. However, if we just chose to have the hearing ourselves in the meeting next week, for example, or at a different date, we have the option of having a hearing. And under those circumstances, and I guess we wouldn't even necessarily have to identify a date, but if we chose to delay enough to at least see what the replies say tomorrow, or the responses say tomorrow. So we have two ways we can go, right? But the benefit about following what the city proposes is that it does provide a temporary solution to stabilizing the charges, the bills for the next couple of months, correct?
Yes, and Commissioner Hall, I'm glad you pointed this out, because I don't know that I should have said this more clearly, because if this, in order for the commission to leave open the option of implementing the city's suggestion, the hearing actually would have to be held first. So it would have to be held on Wednesday, because that's where the utility, under that provision, unless the commission decided to vary from its rule. Because under the provisions of our rule, in order to implement even temporarily an adjustment that is recommended not by the utility, but by anyone else, such as in this case, the city, we'd have to hold the hearing first. So we would have to have a hearing to do anything other than what the EP wants to do. We'd have to hold a hearing on Wednesday, except, like I said, if the commission could grant the motion by EPE while reserving in the future the right to look at, to revisit the amount of mitigation and then do a different adjustment in the future to take some of that back if it was found to be an incorrect amount. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't think the second option sounds so desirable, because I mean, I guess it's an option. My preference would be to just have a hearing next week, but I would invite comments from other commissioners on that. I mean, I think it's better to just get to the issues as expeditiously as possible under the circumstances. And I appreciate the company needing to have an answer. But I also think that I think we need to give a full hearing to these concerns. I understand you were saying you didn't think they rose to a level of concern, but when I hear them in totality, they sort of, I guess I'd just like to understand them better. And since responses are coming in tomorrow, I would like for us to have an opportunity to consider all that information. And it sounds like in order to accommodate both that interest and the interest of the utility and having some clarity going forward quickly, then it sort of forces us to have a hearing during the open meeting next week, which we've demonstrated today we can do. I don't know if that particular hearing would go as quickly as this past one, though. And so it's a departure. But if we could, I suppose, schedule the hearing at the end of the open meeting, other parties whose cases were on that agenda could at least have their business taken care of first. So those are my thoughts, and I guess that's what I would propose. But Mr. Chair, I don't know how you want to handle this. Do you have any?
Given Commissioner Hall's preferences, though, just clarify, Russell, if we ask for a public hearing, that pretty much pushes the motion for the variance out the table and calls in a revisitation of EPE's adjustment clause, correct?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, what could happen is what happened with what the commission did with ZIA today, which is the commission could hold the hearing and then rule upon the motion itself based on the pleadings and what was heard at the hearing right then and there. I would note now, this is a very short deadline that we've been given by the company, and I understand that there is some, there is urgency in these things, but the company itself seems not to have given us all that much time, because March 31st at noon is when they say they need to have a decision to be effective with the first round of April billing. I think they do multiple rounds of billing per month. So just to keep that in mind, we could hold the hearing though right away and have a decision then made right after if the commission so wishes.
Russell, just one more question. In staff's no opposition position, were they aware of the City of Las Cruces objections to the motion?
No, Mr. Vice Chairman, no, because the only statement we have about staff not opposing the motion is the statement within EP's motion itself. They say, as with any motion, it is incumbent upon the moving party to reach out to parties or potential parties and find out their positions. The EPE served staff, the AG's office, and all of the rate case participants, which includes the city, with the motion, but they only reached out to staff in the AG's office, probably because of the timing, for their positions, and staff stated non-opposition. Now, in the bench request and time shortening or order shortening time for responses to the motion that was issued by Commissioner Fishman on Friday, one of the things that it did was to say any responses to the motion are due tomorrow by noon, Thursday at noon, and staff will respond so that we'll have have some detail on their non-opposition, but we have no detail at this time.
So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion then that we deny the company's variance that they're requesting today and schedule a hearing to consider the city's motion next week and you know, the other responses that come in. So we can at least give this motion a fair hearing.
Now, Commissioner Hall, I have to interrupt. Procedurally, this is where we stand. The motion itself, you know, we haven't even received responses to the motion. So I would not recommend actually ruling upon EP's motion. Plus, the city itself has not filed a motion for its alternative response, its alternative adjustment. So there isn't even a motion from the city either, which is so you know, at this point, I think we could simply say we'd like to hold a hearing on the EPE's motion, and we will consider alternatives such as the city's proposal, because then everyone has notice of what will be considered at the hearing, and we won't be ruling out EPE's motion because we haven't even received the responses yet.
You're right. You're correct. I appreciate that. I see that the City of Las Cruces filed a response. They did not file a motion. So, okay, let's do it that way. That's simpler, actually, in a way. Just to hold a hearing next week on EPE's motion.
And I'll know and the alternative that's been raised by.
That's being proposed. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I would make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do I hear a second?
I will second.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Okay, Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The motion passes the order passes 4-0, excuse me.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Discussion regarding legislative matters. Jason, is this you guy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I just emailed you a summary of the most current bill log that which summarizes the action taken on all of the legislative matters before the commission. And I've highlighted with Danielle's assistance, those bills that passed both houses and are before the governor awaiting signature. And so I'm not sure if there's a specific bill that you want to inquire about, but that summarizes basically where we stand on everything. As you have heard, they're discussing a special session to focus on the cannabis program. But I'm sure there'll be, there'll be other legislative matters on the table would be my guess. So, you know, the Environmental Database Act, that's one. The big ones that really passed that we're keeping a really close watch on are House Bill 10. That's the Broadband Development Division, and also the Senate Bill 84, which is the Community Solar Act bill. The Rural Telecommunications Act, Senate Bill 204, also passed and is awaiting signature. So just quick and easy summary of what happened. Obviously, a lot of the energy bills and a lot of the other unfunded mandate bills that were before the legislature did not make it in time. So I'm guessing they will either be resurrected on the governor's agenda or wait for the next 60-day session.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, Commissioner Hall, any questions for Jason?
Yeah, I would like to thank Jason for doing this and ask if he could provide that list to us because I'd like to see it. Is that possible, Jason? I mean,
Yes,
it doesn't
Mr.
have to be
Chairman,
this moment. You could email it.
that's,
Go ahead, Jason.
yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, I have already emailed it to you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I've already emailed it to you, so
Okay.
it should be in your inbox.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
And I too want to
Yes.
echo what Commissioner Hall said. I want to thank you, Jason, for running point in especially responding to the FIRs with a 24-hour turnaround requirement. And I know that OGC was involved in looking at these as well, and all the utility division staff. So I really want to thank all of you, everyone that was involved in responding to legislative matters and especially those FIRs. So thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes,
I'm
Commissioner
just
Hall.
looking at this. I'm looking at this list on a spreadsheet. It's quite comprehensive, and this is a big. This was a little piece of work here, so I want to just mention that and thank Jason again. There's a lot here.
Any other questions or comments for Jason regarding legislative matters? Okay, thank you again, Jason and crew. Next, communications
Yes.
with the Chief of Staff. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. I'll be pretty brief. I too wanted to take an opportunity and recognize the staff and Danielle and others that helped address and respond promptly to the FIR requests primarily. But after the commission took action on several bills, our phones began to ring off the hook, emails began to flow through. So just for a point in the future, take that into consideration. Maybe earlier in the session, get us more involved. I do want to recognize one particular person, if I may, Mr. Chairman. We received a letter from the Legislative Finance Committee, Mr. David Abbey himself, and it's addressed to me, and I accepted the letter, but I really want to extend its comments to the agency as a whole. And if I may just read it, it's 2 small paragraphs, if that, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, please do, Jason.
Okay. On behalf of the entire staff at the Legislative Finance Committee, we thank you very much for being a valued partner and preparing quality fiscal impact reports so the legislature can make informed decisions. Your leadership and willingness to provide timely and accurate information, given the challenges faced by everyone during this pandemic, is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your openness and willingness to collaborate with the LFC on numerous issues during the 2021 legislative session. We would also like to acknowledge Mr. John Reynolds for his expertise and responsiveness in providing us with invaluable information on public utility regulation, signed on behalf of LFC, Mr. David Abbey, Director. So that really says a lot, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The PRC was very active. We made some statements. We were vocal. I think that's important moving forward, especially as we move into our opportunity to establish a baseline budget, as you and I call it or refer to it. So I just wanted to take a moment and recognize staff. Thank you very much, everybody. Jason,
Since we're on this topic, would you, or is it possible for us to provide some modest on the spot, cash awards or a special service award? Can we do something like that just for the entire team? Have we done that in the past? Is it possible from a budgetary standpoint?
Thank you for that, Commissioner. That's makes me proud to hear. I'll look into it a little bit more, but I know historically we have not. What we have done is recognized staff for their efforts and have given them administrative leave. I think is the most that we've done. I think at one point in time we were even looking at gift cards or something like that, and I think it was frowned upon, I guess would be the right terminology to use. But I'll revisit the idea and see what we can do for those that participated and contributed towards the success of the PRC during this year's session. And like that letter said, especially given the pandemic and all the other moving pieces that we've been dealing with, right? So.
And can you send that letter to all the commissioners?
Yes, I will. I will, Commissioner. In fact, I wanted to read it first, present it in person, and then send it out, obviously. So I'll do that.
Thank you, Jason.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Anything else, Jason? Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to say that I thought Jason had done an excellent job as well. And I think that credit needs to be shared also with you, because I know you made a big effort to make our budgetary situation very clear to the legislature. And I watched when you and Jason presented to the committee, I forget which committee, it must have been the Department of Finance, the DFA. But in any case, you both have done an excellent job, I think, in raising the awareness of our budgetary plight. And I'm grateful for that. I think it's going to result in good things going forward. And I think this is just the first piece of evidence of that. And so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Jason, anything else on communications from you?
No, just I hope to have a lot more to discuss about the Boca building and the status. It's still under construction with the tenant improvements. And like I said, last time, we've procured a moving vendor. We're ready. We're literally on standby, waiting for the green light so we can schedule that move in from storage to building. And so there's a crew of ours internally that have been working on other, miscellaneous items regarding the move. But other than that, I've heard that everybody's healthy, everybody's safe and sound. And I know that several employees will be using their annual leave before they lose it, which is anything above the 240. I know Commissioner Mesos, you inquired about seeing if there's any further extension, and I think this is about it that we're going to get. So they basically have extended the use of anything above 240 for 6 months.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you,
Any other final questions, other commissioners' questions for Jason before we move on to communications with General Counsel? Okay.
Just enjoy your time off, Jason.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Communications with General Counsel, Michael Smith.
Nothing today, Commissioners.
Attaboy.
Thank you, sir. All right, communications with commissioners.
I have nothing.
Anything else going once? Oh, geez. I have one comment. Oh, go ahead. I think somebody else was going to say something. Is that Commissioner Byrd or Vicente Aguilar? All right. If you recall, I received some complaints regarding the reporting requirements in our disconnection moratorium, specifically the communications or attempts at communications made with customers who are actually disconnected. And number two, a summary of call notes or emails expressing the circumstances surrounding disconnections. Another co-op has complained about that particular reporting. Now, I asked utility division staff and consumer relations in terms of to what extent they're using that information, and they're not using that information, but they feel it could be important if there's any kind of investigation or anything that may arise that requires that information. And so I may come forward with an amendment to that order to basically relax the submittal requirement, but yet still require the utilities, including co-ops, to retain the information for potential future use. So no need to discuss today, but I may be coming forward with that amendment after the second complaint.
Okay.
All right, any other communications with commissioners? Anything else? All right, going once, twice. We are adjourned. We don't need a motion to adjourn, do we, Mike?
No.
Okay,
It can be
we are
done
adjourned.
either way.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.